from Oakland in Africa.
Wow.
Oakland in Africa.
That's crazy.
I'm like shaped and crafted by Oakland and Africa, bro. You could imagine. And when I say Africa, I mean Liberia and Nigeria.
So you got a Raiders fan and you got like lion hunters.
You feel me? Like you got a Raiders fan of Wakanda. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that came with a lot of faith, a lot of spirituality, a lot of spiritual warfare that was instilled in me, and a lot of discipline as well. It's like, why you waking up so late? Get up. Why you late to church? What you doing? Where your priorities at? You think the world all about you? Nah, buddy. Chase the presence. Don't chase platforms. If you chase the presence, platforms will chase you. I will never forget that.
So let me ask you, your father was in the picture, but when you got older and started to be incorporated into these church environments, was he still an influential person in your life?
In a way. And shout out to Pops. You know, he's my biggest fan for sure. And he was a big support. Like, he bought me my first studio after he got a settlement check, and he would take me to church. He just wouldn't go in.
Why?
And, he has this thing to where he doesn't. It's hard for him to trust pastors and trust different mediums of leadership if he doesn't know them directly. Like, any little thing could make him be like, nah, see, I knew it. But it's like, Dad, every church does offering. You know what I mean?
I see. Okay. Right on. So when you started to be mentored by other men, was that a conflict with the parental figure in your life? Or
it was.
Yeah, it was?
It was.
He was like, why are you taking advice from other people besides your blood?
Yeah, for sure. And because, you know, a lot of times in church culture, especially black church culture, with the spiritual leadership, you know, you can call them like pops. Like, what's up, Dad? What's up, Pops? And he's like, yo, that is not your pops. That's not your dad. Like, what are you talking about? You know, he didn't really understand the dynamic there. But I did my best to reassure him, like, you know, this is my mentor. So.
Okay. Understood. You go back to your hometown a lot. I saw you shoot a music video recently where, like, this girl was going crazy at the bus stop and she recognized you.
Oh my God! You did not say this is my house. Really, bro? What? I know you were in the bag.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm geeked. What the? You look at drip, but yo, you got the holy fire, bro. What the?
And she was like, she couldn't believe it. She was like dropping F-bombs and stuff.
For sure.
Yeah. So, but like, people recognize you back in your hometown.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened to Young Dolph?
Yes.
Okay. So when you heard about that, for people who don't know, Young Dolph was a rapper from Memphis, made it big, went back to Memphis some years later, and then in his own neighborhood, they killed him. They recognized him. They shot him on his block.
Like Nipsey.
Right.
Similar.
Yeah. In Crenshaw, right? And so with you, do you ever have that fear? Because now that you're recognized, a lot of people know you from back in the day. What goes on through your mind?
To be honest, bro, nah. Like, I don't really have that fear as far as like me being a target or nothing like that.
And I'm not trying to put fear on you, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand, because like, are these lessons that you could learn from? Is their situation different because they were gangbanging, or like, are you not part of that world? Like I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah. So here's the thing. How I feel like how I automatically move, I'm a lot safer than a lot of artists. Like, my whole life, I've been short and skinny. So I've always moved carefully.
Okay.
I've always moved carefully.
Fair.
Even when I was on a bus or the BART train, that's our train system in the Bay, I would always have one earphone out, always being aware of what's going on around me. And now that I have a lot of influence, I make sure I travel with gang, squad. And I don't stay nowhere too long. I don't share my location. I post after I leave.
Right.
Different stuff like that. Yeah. You know, that's not to say that something still can't pop off, but we do what we can to make sure it doesn't.
Yeah, there's one time there was people protesting at your concert. That's a different story. You have your dates listed on flyers and stuff. So like, you know, but that's a hard thing. I remember I have a good friend of mine, his name's Paul Leah. He's a comedian and they go on tour all the time. And there was like a death threat on his life because they saw that he was going to be at a certain comedy set doing his stand up there. And people that didn't like his comedy, they're like, we're going to come and take care of you. I'm like, that's crazy.
That is pretty crazy for sure. And people keep telling me like, you need actual security, hired security, get some security. this might be the year for that, especially with different religious tension going on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cause yeah, they don't be having metal detectors at a lot of these venues. You know what I'm saying? They just let people in. That would be wild.
I would, as a person who likes a fan of you, likes you as a person, I would recommend that you take that extra step.
You hear that? Yeah, we got to make room on the bus.
So, you used to wear a key around your neck.
Yeah.
What did that mean?
Two things. One, it was a thing back then. Like in my area, everybody's had a key around their neck. Maybe it was like, for a lot of us, we just couldn't afford real jewelry. But two, I'm a nerd, bro. I love Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, bro, I started playing that on the PSP a few months back.
Come on, bro.
For the first time.
I am a Keyblade wielder, my guy. Straight up, bro.
Yeah.
You could ask everybody around me. They know I'm a nerd for that stuff.
My guy Michael has the new tattoos on him for Kingdom Hearts.
Of course he does.
Michael V, yeah.
Of course.
Right on, man. So in your song Christ-like, this is what you say. I'm trying to listen to the preacher, but here come the deacon who be asking for a feature, right? So, in your experience,
yeah,
do people use Christianity to get what they want selfishly sometimes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
And was there anyone specific in mind? You don't have to name drop them, but like, what was the situation like? Was there anyone in mind you were writing about, or was that a general statement?
It was direct.
Direct.
It was direct.
So this is what I want to understand, though. So Andy Mineo did a recent interview. I forgot the guy's name. I'm sure I have it in my notes somewhere. But the concept of it was stop monetizing Christ. Right? I don't know if you saw that.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So relating to that, though, it's like with me when I do interviews about Christianity and people are like, I have the thought in my head, I'm like, man, like, the views are coming in, but like, am I using God's name for views? Like, I try to make sure I don't. I'm on this fine line where I'm not abusing that and still like talking about Him to spread the word, message, what I believe, what I'm learning with people who might not be able to. But also, there's a temptation to like go over the line a bit. Do you ever have that struggle?
I love Andy's stance on this. I was actually talking with him in Houston about this a few months ago. He said, I'm building up my revenue stream so much outside of music. So when I'm doing music, I don't have to be like motivated by what's going to sell or what's going to resonate, with Christians. You know what I mean? I think that's key. That's imperative, because sometimes it's like, am I saying Jesus enough? He said, I'm building up my revenue stream so much outside of music. So when I'm doing music, I don't have to be like motivated by what's going to sell or what's going to resonate, with Christians. You know what I mean? I think that's key. That's imperative, because sometimes it's like, am I saying Jesus enough for these audiences? That could be a certain thought, right? But I refuse to stay there, even though that may be a temptation. Like, the Jesus quota, right? And that's why a lot of times in my music, they be like, you're not saying it enough. It's like, bro, I'm just living out what God wants me to live out and expressing my life experiences the way that He wants me to. And I may not hit a quota of yours, whatever. My music is going to reach who it's supposed to reach. You feel me? I refuse to be moved by the quota they put on me, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So that in mind, then, like the way I look at life is kind of like seasons. There's a season for this, season for that, seasons of planting and seasons of harvest, right? So when I was beginning with the podcast, I was like, I don't care about anything except just giving the best interview I possibly can.
Yeah.
And then it becomes a business, and then it becomes networking, and it becomes all of these. I go through seasons of the first few seasons was like, just do the best you possibly can do. Still do that now, obviously. But then there's more layers to it. You become more than an interviewer. You become an organizer, a networker, or whatever. You know how it goes, especially being in the
My beloved child, the moment you have felt in your spirit, the moment that has quietly followed you through sleepless nights and unanswered prayers, has not been an illusion. I have watched you sense it without being able to name it. I have seen your heart beat faster at times you could not explain. That stirring inside you was not anxiety. It was alignment. Something long prepared is now standing at your door. It has not been an illusion. I have watched you sense it without being able to name it. I have seen your heart beat faster at times you could not explain. That stirring inside you was not anxiety. It was alignment. Something long prepared is now standing at your door. I have not brought you this far to leave you standing in uncertainty. Every delay you endured was not a denial. It was precision. I was arranging details you could not see, moving people you did not know, closing doors you were never meant to reopen. While you thought nothing was happening, I was accelerating what mattered most. Time did not sow your promise. It refined you for it. Listen closely to me now. There are seasons when I prepare the gift, and there are seasons when I prepare the hands that will receive it. You asked me why it felt heavier just before things changed. It is because expansion always stretches what already exists. I allowed pressure not to break you, but to reveal the strength you doubted you had. You are not arriving empty. You are arriving ready. I know you have questioned your worth in silence. I know you have wondered if you missed your chance, if you waited too long, if others moved ahead while you stood still. But hear me clearly, nothing assigned to you has passed you by. What is opening now could not have opened earlier without harming you. Timing is not about urgency. It is about protection. What you are stepping into will require clarity, not fear. That is why I am speaking to you now. I am steadying your heart before your eyes see what I already know. When the clear with move ahead while you stood still. But hear me clearly, nothing assigned to you has passed you by. What is opening now could not have opened earlier without harming you. Timing is not about urgency. It is about protection. What you are stepping into will require clarity, not fear. That is why I am speaking to you now. I am steadying your heart before your eyes see what I already know. When this door opens, it will not look loud or dramatic at first. It will feel calm, turn, almost quiet. You not mistake peace for smallness. Some of the greatest shifts happen without noise. You have been trained in ways you did not recognize as training. The patience you learned, the boundaries you were forced to build, the discernment sharpened by disappointment, none of it was wasted. You are about to understand why I asked you to let go of what felt safe. I was clearing space for what is real. I need you to stay present now. Do not rush ahead in your thoughts. Do not rehearse fear. What is unfolding cannot be controlled by panic or doubt. It can only be received. You will recognize this moment not by excitement alone, but by alignment. Things will begin to make sense without explanation. Confusion will lift. Direction will feel natural. You are closer than you think. So close that if you turn away now, you would miss the confirmation your soul has been craving. This is not the time to scroll past what I am doing. This is the time to listen with your whole heart. Something you have waited for quietly is about to reveal itself clearly, and when it does, you will understand why it could only happen now. Stay with me. The opening you have prayed for is no longer coming. It is here. You are standing at a threshold you did not recognize until now, and I want you to feel how different the air is here. This is not the place where you begged, questioned, or waited in pain. This is the place where understanding begins to settle into your bones. I have brought you here gently, even if the path felt rough. And now, I am asking you to open your inner eyes before the outer door swings wide. There are moments when heaven leans close to earth, and this is one of them. I have been aligning circumstances quietly, letting pieces fall into place without announcement. You expected a signal that would shake the ground, but I chose something deeper. I chose resonance. That deep sense inside you that whispered. The path felt rough. And now, I am asking you to open your inner eyes before the outer door swings wide. There are moments when heaven leans close to earth, and this is one of them. I have been aligning circumstances quietly, letting pieces fall into place without announcement. You expected a signal that would shake the ground, but I chose something deeper. I chose resonance. That deep sense inside you that whispers, "This is it," even before your mind can catch up. That whisper is me. I know you have learned how to survive. You became strong because you had to. You learned to carry disappointment without collapsing, to smile while healing privately, to keep going when no one applauded your endurance. But what is coming is not about survival. It is about expansion. Survival taught you discipline. This dungeon will require surrender. Do not be afraid of what you cannot control anymore. Control was useful when you were protecting yourself. Now it would only limit what I am releasing. I am inviting you into something that responds to trust, not force. The moment you loosen your grip, clarity will flow in ways effort never produced. You may notice subtle changes already. Conversations shifting. Old desires losing their grip. New thoughts stirring without explanation. This is not confusion. This is recalibration. I am adjusting your vision so you can see what belongs to you without chasing what does not. You are learning discernment at a higher level now. I want you to understand this clearly. What is opening is not just an opportunity. It is an assignment. It carries weight because it carries purpose. That is why I did not rush you into it. Purpose handled too early becomes pressure. Purpose received at the right time becomes power. You are now strong enough to carry what once would have crushed you. There will be a moment soon when you are tempted to doubt again, not because things are going wrong, but because they are finally going right. Familiar struggle feels safer than unfamiliar peace. But I am teaching you to rest without guilt, to receive without apology, to walk forward without constantly looking back. Stay attentive. Do not numb yourself now. Do not let distractions pull you away at the edge of revelation. I am not asking you to be perfect. I am asking you to be present. Presence is where recognition happens. Presence is where you hear me most clearly. You have asked for confirmation. You have asked for a sign you could not explain away. That confirmation is closer than you realize. It will not shout. It will settle. It will anchor you. And when it does, you will feel a calm certainty that tells you this is not coincidence, not luck, not imagination. What you are about to see will require courage, not because it is dangerous, but because it will demand belief in a version of yourself you have not fully accepted yet. I see that version clearly. I have always seen it. And now, I am inviting you to step into it with me, without rushing, without fear, without turning back. My beloved child, something within you is beginning to wake up, and it feels unfamiliar because it has been dormant for a long time. This is not excitement alone. This is recognition. You are starting to sense that what is unfolding is not outside of you, but rising from within you. I placed it there long ago, and now the moment has arrived for it to breathe. I need you to hear this clearly, without filtering it through fear or past disappointment. There long ago, and now the moment has arrived for it to breathe. I need you to hear this clearly, without filtering it through fear or past disappointment. You are not stepping into someone else's path. You are stepping into your own. Stepping without filtering it through fear or past disappointment. This clearly, without filtering it through fear or past disappointment. You are not stepping into someone else's path. You are stepping into your own. That is why it feels both natural and intimidating at the same time. Destiny often feels heavy right before it feels freeing. What you are sensing now is the weight lifting, not increasing. There were things I kept hidden from you on purpose. Not because you were unworthy, but because you were still becoming. If I had shown you everything earlier, you would have tried to prepare with your own strength, and that would have exhausted you. Instead, I prepared you from the inside out. Quietly, gradually, faithfully. You may notice that some people no longer understand you the way they used to. Do not let that trouble your heart. Growth often creates distance, not because love is lost, but because vision has changed. You are seeing further now. You are listening differently. You are no longer moved by noise the way you once were. That is not isolation. That is elevation. I am opening your discernment wider in this season. You will feel drawn to certain things without logical explanation, and strangely uninterested in things you once chased. Trust this shift. I am teaching you how to recognize what aligns with your calling before your mind demands proof. This is how you will move with confidence instead of hesitation. There is also a gentle warning I want to place in your heart, not to frighten you, but to protect you. When doors open, voices increase. Not every voice deserves your attention. Some will applaud you, some will question you, some will attempt to redirect you back into comfort. Listen for my voice above all others. It will always carry peace, even when it asks you to stretch. You are not late. You are not behind. You are not catching up. You are arriving exactly when you are supposed to. The rush you feel around you is not your pace. Your pace is intentional, measured, powerful. What I am building through you is meant to last, not to impress for a moment and fade. Very soon, something will click. A connection will be made. An opportunity will surface. A fade. Very soon, something will click. A connection will be made. An opportunity will surface. A conversation will unlock understanding. When it happens, you will feel a calm certainty settle over you, not because everything is answered, but because you finally trust the one who is leading you. That trust is the key that opens what effort never could. Do not retreat now. Do not shrink at the edge of becoming. You have prayed for this clarity, even when you did not know how to name it. You have asked me to lead you, even when you were afraid of where that leading might go. I heard you. I honored that prayer. What is ahead will not require you to be someone new. It will require you to be fully who you already are, without hiding, without apologizing, without delaying obedience. I am with you here. I will remain with you as this unfolds. And what comes next will make the waiting make sense in a way words never could. I am speaking to you now from a place of certainty, not anticipation, because what you are approaching has already been decided. You feel the shift because your spirit is catching up to a reality I have been holding steady for you. This is the moment where faith stops feeling abstract and starts feeling practical, where belief turns into movement. There is a reason things are becoming clear without effort. You feel the shift because your spirit is catching up to a reality I have been holding steady for you. This is the moment where faith stops feeling abstract and starts feeling practical, where belief turns into movement. There is a reason things are becoming clear without effort. I am removing the fog you once depended on to excuse delay. Before, uncertainty felt safer because it protected you from responsibility. Now clarity is here, and with it comes invitation. Not pressure, Invitation. I am not forcing you forward. I am revealing what is ready so you can choose with confidence. You are noticing your prayers changing. You are asking less for rescue and more for alignment. That is growth. It tells me you are no longer trying to escape your life. You are ready to step fully into you and more for alignment. That is growth. It tells me you are no longer trying to escape your life. You are ready to step fully into it. The strength you once begged me for is now present, quietly supporting you from within. You are not who you were when you started asking. I want you to understand something important. The opening in front of you is not fragile. You do not need to tiptoe around it in fear of losing it. What I open for you is sustained by me, not by your perfection. You will not miss this because of one mistake or one moment of doubt. Grace carries what calling initiates. At the same time, I am asking you to be honest with yourself. There are old identities you can no longer carry with you. The version of you that needed constant validation. The version that waited for permission. The version that minimized their own light to keep others comfortable. Those versions served a purpose once, but they cannot come where you are going. You may feel a strange mix of excitement and grief. Excitement for what is opening. Grief for what you are leaving behind. That grief does not mean you are doing the wrong thing. It means you are doing a real thing. Transition always costs something. But what you gain will be deeper, stronger, and more aligned than what you release. I am inviting you to move with intention now. Not haste. Intention. Pay attention to what draws peace instead of noise. Pay attention to what strengthens you instead of draining you. I am guiding you through attraction, not force. The more you trust this, the clearer the path will become. Soon, you will realize that the sign you asked for did not come as an external miracle, but as internal certainty. A settled knowing that does not argue with fear, but simply outgrows it. That knowing is more reliable than emotion. The clearer the path will become. Soon, you will realize that the sign you asked for did not come as an external miracle, but as internal certainty. A settled knowing that does not argue with fear, but simply outgrows it. That knowing is more reliable than emotion. It will anchor you when emotions fluctuate. Do not scroll past this moment in your life. Do not treat this season casually. What is being formed now will shape years ahead. You are not being rushed, but you are being invited. Invited to step forward while the door is open. Invited to respond while your heart is awake. I am with you as you take this step. I am ahead of you in what you cannot see yet. And as you move forward, even with trembling faith, you will realize something powerful. This moment you have been waiting for is not just opening something for you. It is opening you. Before you take another step, I want you to feel how steady my presence is around you right now. Nothing is shaking. Nothing is fragile. What you are sensing as intensity is not instability. It is focus. The noise is fading because I am narrowing your vision to what truly matters. This is not the end of waiting. This is the end of wandering. You have reached a point where hesitation no longer feels like wisdom. It feels like resistance. That is how you know something has shifted. In earlier seasons, waiting protected you. In this season, waiting would only keep you from what is already prepared. I am not asking you to rush. I am asking you to respond. There is a quiet courage forming in you. Not the kind that needs applause, but the kind that stands even when no one sees. That courage was built through moments you thought were insignificant, through choices that felt small, through obedience that felt unnoticed. Nothing was overlooked. I was counting every step, What is opening now will ask you to trust me beyond familiarity. You will not have all the details at once. You will have direction, not a full map. That is intentional. If you had the entire picture, you would try to manage it instead of walking with me through it. Relationship always comes before revelation. I know part of you is waiting for one last confirmation, one more sign, one more reassurance that you are not misreading this. Hear me gently now. The peace you feel is the confirmation. The clarity settling in your chest is the sign. Fear rushes. Peace remains. Let what remains guide you. You are not stepping into uncertainty alone. I am already there. I have gone ahead of you, not to test you, but to welcome you. When you arrive, things will not feel foreign. They will feel familiar in a way you cannot explain. Like coming home to a place you have never been. I also want you to release the pressure to get everything right immediately. Growth does not demand perfection. It responds to willingness. You will learn as you move. You will adjust as you go. I am patient with you. Be patient with yourself. There will be moments when the old voice tries to return. The voice that says you are not ready, not qualified, not enough. Do not argue with it. Do not entertain it. Simply keep moving. Confidence is not the absence of doubt. It is obedience in spite of it. What you are entering will stretch you, but it will also sustain you. You will find joy where you expected exhaustion, strength where you expected weakness, support where you once felt alone. This is how you will know this path is mine. I am not calling you forward to impress others. I am calling you forward to become whole, to live aligned, to stop shrinking your prayers to match your fear. This is the season where your life begins to reflect what your heart has known for a long time. Stay attentive now. Stay open. Stay close to me. The door you sensed opening is not behind you. It is in front of you, wider than you imagined. And as you step toward it, you will realize something deeply comforting. You were never chasing this moment. It was always moving toward you. You feel the door opening because I am inviting you not only to walk through it, but to help hold it open for others. This work you are receiving is oil meant to flow, fire meant to spread, a river meant to reach dry places, and your generosity widens its banks. You have prayed, use me, Lord, and this is how I am answering you now. When you sow into this mission through super thanks, memberships, or the PayPal link in the description, you are placing seed into living soil where souls are awakened and hearts return home. As my word declares, those who sow generously will reap generously, and I am watching what is placed in your hand and what you release from it. Let this moment be prophetic. Do not delay what heaven is stirring. I bless your giving to multiply, to open heavens over your life and family, and to draw my favor close. Step forward now, give boldly, and join me in what I am unfolding. There is a stillness settling around you now, and it is not emptiness. It is readiness. I have quieted the unnecessary so you can hear what matters. When everything else softens, my direction becomes clear. This is not a pause before nothing happens. This is the breath before movement. You may feel exposed in this moment, as if old coverings have been gently removed. That is not vulnerability meant to harm you. That is honesty making room for power. I cannot build something true. Readiness boldly, and join me in what I am unfolding. There is a stillness settling around you now, and it is not emptiness. It is readiness. I have quieted the unnecessary so you can hear what matters. When everything else softens, my direction becomes clear. This is not a pause before nothing happens. It's unfolding. Life and family, and to draw my favor close. Step forward now, give boldly, and join me in what I am unfolding. There is a stillness settling around you now, and it is not emptiness. It is readiness. I have quieted the unnecessary so you can hear what matters. When everything else softens, my direction becomes clear. This is not a pause before nothing happens. This is the breath before movement. You may feel exposed in this moment, as if old coverings have been gently removed. That is not vulnerability meant to harm you. That is honesty making room for power. I cannot build something true on top of what you pretend not to feel. So I am meeting you where you are, not where you perform strength. And from this place, real transformation begins. I know you are thinking about what this will cost you. That is natural. Every meaningful step forward asks something of us. But I want you to notice something important. What you are releasing has already begun to feel heavy. What you are stepping into feels light, even if it is unknown. That contrast is not accidental. I am teaching you how to recognize alignment by how it affects your soul. You are not being asked to abandon who you are. You are being asked to trust who you are becoming. There is a difference. Becoming does not erase your past. It redeems it. Everything you have walked through becomes language you will one day speak fluently to others who are still in it. Nothing about your story is wasted. I am also preparing you for responsibility, not burden. Responsibility that fits. You are not being asked to abandon who you are. You are being asked to trust who you are becoming. There is a difference. Becoming does not erase your past. It redeems it. Everything you have walked through becomes language you will one day speak fluently to others who are still in it. Nothing about your story is wasted. I am also preparing you for responsibility, not burden. Responsibility that fits you. Responsibility that matches your growth. This is why I refined your character before expanding your influence. Influence without integrity collapses. You have integrity now, even if you did not always see it in yourself. There will be moments ahead where things move faster than you expected. Do not panic. Acceleration does not mean loss of control when I am the one leading. It means alignment has reached a point where momentum can finally build. Trust me with the pace. I know exactly how much you can carry. I want you to stay rooted in truth during this season. Not in opinions. Not in comparisons. Truth. The truth of who I say you are. The truth of what I have placed inside you. The truth of where you are going. When you stay anchored there, nothing can destabilize you. You will soon notice that doors you once tried to force are no longer interesting to you. That is wisdom, not bitterness. You are no longer chasing affirmation. You are responding to calling. That shift changes everything. Do not underestimate the power of small obedience in this moment. A conversation you choose to have. A habit you decide to release. A step you take even when it feels simple. These are not minor actions. They are signals. And heaven responds quickly to clear signals. I am proud of the way you have stayed open, even after disappointment. Proud of the way you have continued to hope and responds quickly to clear signals. They are when it feels simple. A habit in this moment. A conversation you choose to have. A habit you decide to release. A step you take even when it feels simple. These are not minor actions. They are signals. And heaven responds quickly to clear signals. I am proud of the way you have stayed open, even after disappointment. Proud of the way you have continued to hope, even when it felt risky. That tenderness you tried to protect is not weakness. It is the very thing that allows me to work deeply through you. Remain here with me a little longer. Do not rush ahead mentally. What is about to unfold will answer questions you did not know how to ask. And when it does, you will realize this clarity did not arrive suddenly. It was built, moment by moment, by a faithful God who never stopped moving toward you. What you are sensing now is resolve settling into place. Not pressure, not urgency. Resolve. The quiet decision inside you that says, I am ready to move when you lead. That decision matters more than you realize. Heaven responds to readiness faster, and it responds to desperation. And you are no longer desperate. You are aligned. I have watched the way your questions have changed. You used to ask, why is this happening to me? Now you are asking, what are you shaping in me? That shift tells me everything. It tells me you are no longer just enduring life. You are partnering with me in it. That partnership is where authority begins. There is a strength forming in you that does not come from certainty, but from trust. You are learning how to stand without needing constant reassurance. Not because you do not value my voice, but because my voice is becoming familiar inside you. You are recognizing my guidance more quickly now. That is maturity. I want to speak to the part of you that still feels the echo of old failures. The moment leadership is where authority begins. There is a strength forming in you that does not come from certainty, but from trust. You are learning how to stand without needing constant reassurance. Not because you do not value my voice, but because my voice is becoming familiar inside you. You are recognizing my guidance more quickly now. That is maturity. I want to speak to the part of you that still feels the echo of old failures. The moments you replay quietly. The decisions you wish you could revisit. Those echoes do not define you. They trained you. They taught you discernment, humility, and compassion. You do not carry them forward as shame. You carry them forward as wisdom. As this next step unfold, you may notice resistance where you expected support. Do not let that surprise you. Growth often disrupts comfort, both yours and others. Resistance is not always a sign you are wrong. Sometimes it is confirmation that you are no longer staying small. Let me be your validator in this season. You are being trusted with more because you have learned how to listen. Not just with your ears, but with your life. You have learned to pause, to reflect, to wait for peace instead of rushing for relief. A discipline is rare, and it is why what I am placing in your hands will be sustained, not squandered, instead of rushing for relief. Not just with your ears, but with your life. You have learned to pause, to reflect, to wait for peace instead of rushing for relief. A discipline is rare, and it is why what I am placing in your hands will be sustained, not squandered. I also want you to know this. You are not behind where you should be relationally, spiritually, or purposefully. Comparison has distorted your sense of timing before, but I am restoring it now. Your life in your hands will be sustained, not squandered. Peace instead of rushing for relief. A discipline is rare, and it is why what I am placing in your hands will be sustained, not squandered. I also want you to know this. You are not behind where you should be relationally, spiritually, or purposefully. Comparison has distorted your sense of timing before, but I am restoring it now. Your life is not on a delay. It is on a design, and the design is unfolding exactly as intended. There will be a moment soon when you realize you are no longer asking for permission to become who you are. You are simply being who you are. That moment will feel subtle, but it will mark a turning point. From that point on, obedience will feel less like sacrifice and more like alignment. I am not calling you into something that drains you. I am calling you into something that fits you. That is how you will recognize it. It will challenge you, yes, but it will also nourish you. It will demand responsibility, but it will also bring joy. You will feel stretched without feeling torn. Stay sensitive in this season. Sensitivity is not weakness, it is awareness. It allows you to notice when I am redirecting you gently instead of forcing you sharply. When you stay sensitive, correction feels like guidance, not rejection. You are closer now than you have ever been. Sensitivity is not weakness, it is awareness. It allows you to notice when I am redirecting you gently instead of forcing you sharply. When you stay sensitive, correction feels like guidance, not rejection. You are closer now than you have ever been. Not just to an outcome, but to clarity, to peace, to the version of you that trusts me without constantly looking back. Get walking with me at this pace. Do not rush the unfolding. What is opening is not just a door in front of you. It is a future responding to your willingness to finally step forward. Something is settling into place now, and it feels different because it is permanent. This is not a passing emotion or a temporary surge of confidence. This is conviction. This opening is not just a door in front of you. It is a future responding to your willingness to finally step forward. Something is settling into place now, and it feels different because it is permanent. This is not a passing emotion or a temporary forward. Something is settling into place now, and it feels different because it is permanent. This is not a passing emotion or a temporary surge of confidence. This is conviction taking root. You are beginning to stand from the back. Get walking with me at this pace. Do not rush the unfolding. What is opening is not just a door in front of you. It is a future responding to your willingness to finally step forward. Something is settling into place now, and it feels different because it is permanent. This is not a passing emotion or a temporary surge of confidence. This is conviction taking root. You are beginning to stand from the inside out. And when that happens, the world around you starts to respond to the version of you. I am redirecting you gently instead of forcing you sharply. When you stay sensitive, correction feels like guidance, not rejection. You are closer now than you have ever been. Not just to an outcome, but to clarity, to peace, to the version of you that trusts me without constantly looking back. Get walking with me at this pace. Do not rush the unfolding. What is opening is not just a door in front of you. It is a future responding to your willingness to finally step forward. Something is settling into place now, and it feels different because it is permanent. This is not a passing emotion or a temporary surge of confidence. This is conviction taking root. You are beginning to stand from the inside out. And when that happens, the world around you starts to respond differently. I am watching you realize that you no longer need to announce your readiness. You are simply ready. You do not need to explain yourself the way you used to. You do not need to defend every decision. There is a calm authority growing in you, and it is not loud. It is steady. That steadiness is what I have been building all along. You have crossed a line without noticing the exact moment it happened. A line between wishing and choosing, between hoping and committing. You are no longer waiting for life to happen to you. You are stepping into it with me. That shift changes the way doors respond when you approach them. A line without noticing the exact moment it happened. A line between wishing and choosing, between hoping and committing. You are no longer waiting for life to happen to you. You are stepping into it with me. That shift changes the way doors respond. When you have crossed a line without noticing the exact moment it happened. A line between wishing and choosing, between hoping and committing. You are no longer waiting for life to happen to you. You are stepping into it with me. That shift changes the way doors respond when you approach them. I want you to remember this. Clarity does not remove risk. It gives courage meaning. You will still need faith. You will still need trust. But now, your faith is anchored in relationship, not outcome. You are walking with me, not chasing a result. That is why fear no longer has the same grip on you. There may be days ahead where things feel ordinary again. Do not misinterpret that as loss of momentum. Some of the most powerful growth happens quietly, without constant confirmation. Roots deepen where no one applauds. And when the moment comes for fruit to appear, it will do so naturally. I am also inviting you to let go of the timeline you once clung to. You do not need to measure progress the way you used to. You are not late when you are walking with me. You are not early when you are listening to me. You are exactly where obedience places you, and that is the safest place to be. You will soon recognize opportunities not by how impressive they look, but by how aligned they feel. And discernment is a gift. Use it. Not everything good is yours to carry. I will show you what to accept and what to decline without guilt. Peace will be your guide. There is something else I want to say gently but clearly. You no longer need to shrink your expectations to protect yourself from disappointment. I have healed enough of your heart for you to hope fully again. Hope is no longer dangerous for you. It is appropriate. Let yourself believe without bracing for impact. As you continue forward, I will remind you of who you are when the noise tries to confuse you. I will steady you when decisions feel weighty. I will correct you when necessary, not to shame you, but to keep you aligned. You are not navigating this alone. You never were. I see the future you are walking toward, even when you can only see the next step. And I want you to know something that will anchor you when things stretch you again. I am pleased with you. Not because you did everything right, but because you stayed open. Because you listened. Because you trusted me enough to keep moving. You outrush the unfolding. You not second-guess the peace. Let this season continue to form you. The moment truly is here, not as a single event, but as a doorway into a new way of living with me. And as you walk forward, you will discover that what you thought was an ending was actually an opening that never closes. Now I want you to notice what is no longer pulling at you the way it used to. The cravings that once demanded your attention have softened. The fears that once spoke loudly are losing their authority. This is not because you forced them away. It is because you outgrew them. Growth often feels like loss at first, but what is really happening is refinement. You are learning how to carry responsibility without carrying anxiety. That is new for you. Before, responsibility felt heavy because you believed everything depended on you. Now you are beginning to understand partnership. You move and I move with you. You listen and I guide. You act and I sustain. You were never meant to do this alone. I am reshaping how you see effort. Effort is no longer striving to be enough. It is simply showing up with what you have and trusting me to multiply it. A shift will save you from exhaustion. It will also keep your heart soft in places where it once hardened for survival. You may notice that some doors are opening without struggle. Do not question that ease. Ease does not mean lack of purpose. Sometimes it means resistance had been removed because alignment had been achieved. You are allowed to receive without fighting now. Let that be new for you. There will also be moments when I ask you to pause even when things seem to be moving well. Do not confuse pause with setback. A pause is often where I protect what is growing. I slow you down so roots can deepen, so character can stabilize, so your yes remains grounded and not impulsive. I want to speak to your heart about trust again, but from a deeper place. Trust is no longer just believing I will help you. Trust is believing I know you, that I understand your limits, your wounds, your capacity, your calling. When you trust that, you stop trying to prove yourself to me. You simply walk with me. You are beginning to carry peace into rooms instead of looking for it there. That is a sign of maturity. Circumstances are no longer deciding your internal state. You are anchored now, and that anchor will hold when things accelerate again. Be mindful of how you speak to yourself in this season. Your words are shaping your expectations. Do not speak as someone who is unsure of their place. Speak as someone who knows they are being led. Humility does not require self-doubt. It requires honesty. And the honest truth is that you are growing. You may feel moments of loneliness even as you move forward. That does not mean you chose the wrong path. It means you are transitioning between versions of connection. New relationships will meet you where you are going, not where you have been. Allow space for that. I am also preparing you to steward what comes next wisely. Influence, provision, opportunity. These are tools, not trophies. I trust you with them because I have seen how you treat what you already have. Faithfulness always precedes expansion. Do not rush to define everything you are becoming. Some things need time before they have language. Live them first. Understand them later. I am not in a hurry, and you do not need to be either. You are doing better than you think. You are stronger than you feel. You are closer than you realize. Keep walking at this pace with me. Let each step be intentional, not fearful. Let each decision be rooted, not reactive. What is unfolding now will not only change your direction, it will change how you see yourself walking in it. Come closer now, not in distance, but in attention, because what I am saying here is meant to seal everything you have felt stirring within you. This is not a conclusion born of exhaustion. This is completion born of alignment. You are not arriving at an ending that fades. You are arriving at an understanding that anchors. I want you to recognize the quiet confidence now living in you. It did not come from answers. It came from trust built over time. You learned how to walk without constant reassurance. You learned how to stand without needing approval. That is why you can now carry what I am placing before you without losing yourself in it. This is the moment when you stop asking if you are allowed to step forward. You already are. Permission was never the issue. Readiness was. And readiness has been formed in you patiently, faithfully, through seasons you did not understand at the time. Now you see enough to move, and you trust me enough to keep moving when you do not. I want you to breathe here. Let the urgency fall away. Let comparison lose its grip. You are not racing anyone. You are responding to me. That response is what makes your journey sacred. It is what keeps your heart whole as you grow. As you move forward, remember this truth. I do not reveal everything at once because revelation is meant to be relational. You will know what you need when you need it. You will have strength for the day you are in, not the fears of tomorrow. Stay present. Presence is where my voice is clearest. There will be moments ahead when you are tempted to doubt again. It does not undo anything. You will know what you need when you need it. You will have strength for the day you are in, not the fears of tomorrow. Stay present. Presence is where my voice is clearest. There will be moments ahead when you are tempted to doubt again. It does not undo anything. Doubt is not failure. It is an invitation to return to trust. Each time you choose trust, it deepens. Each time you choose obedience, it strengthens. You are not fragile. You are being established. I am asking you. It does not undo anything. Doubt is not failure. It is an invitation to return to trust. Each time you choose trust, it deepens. Each time you choose obedience, it strengthens. You are not fragile. You are being established. I am asking you now to walk gently but firmly into what is next. Do not carry shame from where you came from. Do not carry fear about where you are going. Carry only what I have given you: clarity, peace, courage, and a willing heart. That is more than enough. You do not need to announce your growth. Let it speak for itself. You do not need to prove your calling. Let your obedience reveal it. You do not need to fear losing what I give you. What comes from me is sustained by me. I am proud of the way you listened when it would have been easier to distract yourself. Proud of the way you stayed open when closing your heart felt safer. Proud of the way you kept walking, even when the path felt quiet. That kind of faith moves heaven. As you step into what has opened, remember this: you are not stepping into it alone, and you are not stepping into it unprepared. I am with you at every turn. I am ahead of you in every unknown. I am within you in every decision. Let this moment mark you, not as the day everything suddenly made sense, but as the day you stopped needing everything to make sense before trusting me. From here on, walk with confidence, humility, and peace. What I have begun in you, I will complete. Rest in that truth. Move in that assurance. Live from that place. Amen. This alignment you feel is not only for you. It is meant to be shared, multiplied, and carried into the lives of others who are still listening in the dark. I am pouring out oil in this place, and I am asking you to help keep the lamps burning so my word can reach farther than it ever has before. You once whispered, "Lord, let my life matter," and I am telling you now, this act of generosity is part of your answer. When you give through Super Thanks, YouTube memberships, or the PayPal link in the video description, you are partnering with me in a holy work that bears eternal fruit. My promise is alive and active. Give, and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Let this be a turning point where faith moves from feeling to action. I bless what you release to return with peace, increase, and divine attention upon your household. Act now. Sow with an open heart, and watch me complete what I have begun. My beloved child, if this message reached you at the exact moment you needed it, I want you to hype this video. That action is not small. When you hype it, you are declaring that this moment is real, that this opening matters, that what has been released here must reach a moment is real, not small. I want you to hype this video. That action is not small. When you hype it, you are declaring that this moment is real, that this opening matters, that what has been released here must reach others who are standing at the same door. Hyping this message is your way of saying, this moment is finally here, and it must be opened by more hearts. And if this word strengthened you, let your like be a quiet agreement between you and me that what has begun will continue. Before you leave, I want you to respond. Do not carry this revelation silently. To the comments, Declare what you are opening right now. Write it boldly. I am opening the door, where the moment is here for me, where I receive what God is releasing. Your declaration is not for algorithms alone. It is a seed spoken into alignment. When you write it, you are sealing what you heard and inviting others to stand with you at the threshold. And now hear me gently as I speak to your future. If these messages feel like I am speaking directly to you, it is because I am. Subscribe to this channel, not out of habit, but out of hunger. Every message here is a door.
Oh, they just never stop coming.
And I do not want you to miss the next one I open for you. Say And now hear me gently as I speak to your future. If these messages feel like I am speaking directly to you, it is because I am. Subscribe to this channel, not out of habit, but out of hunger. Every message here is a door, and I do not want you to miss the next one I open for you. Stay close, stay listening, stay aligned, because what I am revealing now is only the beginning.
You have stopped expecting good things to arrive in gentle ways. Not because you became bitter, but because enough disappointments have trained your heart to brace first and hope later. You have learned to lower expectations before life can lower them for you. To call things fine before they can fail. To keep your excitement quiet so it will hurt less if nothing comes of it. Precious one, that guardedness did not appear from nowhere. It grew from real moments. Promises that thinned out. People who seemed sincere until they were not. Plans that looked promising until they dissolved. Openings that almost formed and then closed. Beloved, I know what repeated letdown does to the nervous system. It makes surprise feel unsafe. It teaches the heart to scan for the catch. It turns even good news into something you hold at arm's length until proven otherwise. Dear heart, that is why I am speaking to you with such tenderness now. This one will surprise you, not by crushing you, not by playing with your emotions, not by pulling you high only to drop you. I mean a different kind of surprise. The kind that enters softly and turns out to be kinder than your fear expected. Loved one, you have spent enough time preparing for disappointment. You have become skilled at reading possible trouble into every new thing. You have called it wisdom. Sometimes it was self-protection wearing wisdom face. Sweet soul, there is a difference between discernment and expecting loss. Discernment stays clear. It notices. It pauses. It asks honest questions. But expecting loss colors everything gray before it has spoken. It cannot imagine that something new might arrive without hidden harm. My dear one, I want to ease that burden in you. Not by making you naive, not by asking you to abandon discernment, but by gently loosening the grip of your old conclusions. Not every open door leads to pain. Not every kind face will disappear. Not every beginning carries the same ending as the last one. Beloved, what I am bringing may not look how you expected good to look. That is part of the surprise. It may come without fanfare, without obvious perfection, without the kind of shine that usually catches an anxious heart. At first, you may almost overlook it because it does not arrive through the old pattern of intensity. Dear heart, you have sometimes mistaken intensity for importance. The instant rush, the strong pull, the dramatic chemistry, the urgent feeling that something must happen now. But what I bring often feels different. Clearer, cleaner, less noisy, more solid. Loved one, this one may surprise you because it will not demand that you abandon your peace to keep it. It will not ask you to ignore your body's signals. It will not require you to overthink every word. It will not leave you constantly decoding mixed messages. It will not thrive on confusion. That may feel unfamiliar at first. Sweet soul, sometimes what is truly good does not ignite chaos. It steadies. It allows room. It gives your heart space to stay present instead of always preparing for impact. And because you have lived with enough strain, that kind of goodness may seem quieter than what you are used to. Do not mistake quiet goodness for lack of depth, precious one. The surprise enough strain, that kind of goodness may seem quieter than what you are used to. Heart first. Sweet soul, sometimes what is truly good does not ignite chaos. It steadies. It allows room. It gives your heart space to stay present instead of always preparing for impact. And because you have lived with enough strain, that kind of goodness may seem quieter than what you are used to. Do not mistake quiet goodness for lack of depth, precious one. The surprise may be that what is right for you does not have to wound you first. The surprise may be that care can come without games, that clarity can come without pressure, that kindness can remain after the first warm moment, that peace can coexist with affection. Beloved, if this message touches a part of your story involving another person, hear me carefully. I am not speaking of fantasy. I am not feeding your longing with vague illusions. Part of you does not have to wound you first. The surprise may be that care can come without games, that clarity can come without pressure, that kindness can remain after the first warm moment, that peace can coexist with affection. Beloved, if this message touches a part of your story involving another person, hear me carefully. I am not speaking of fantasy. I am not feeding your longing with vague illusions. I am speaking of the kind of connection that honors who you are becoming, the kind that does not make you betray yourself to keep it alive. Dear heart, you have already tasted what happens when something dazzles you but costs too much. You know the exhaustion of being pulled in by potential while your peace quietly drains away. You know the confusion of being wanted and not handled well. You know how easy it is to stay attached to a beautiful possibility while ignoring an unhealthy reality. Loved one, that is why the surprise may not You know the exhaustion of being pulled in by potential while your peace quietly drains away. You know the confusion of being wanted and not handled well. You know how easy it is to stay attached to a beautiful possibility while ignoring an unhealthy reality. Loved one, that's who you are becoming. The kind that does not make you betray yourself to keep it alive. Dear heart, you have already tasted what happens when something dazzles you but costs too much. You know the exhaustion of being pulled in by potential while your peace quietly drains away. You know the confusion thing dazzles you but costs too much. Speaking of fantasy, I am not feeding your longing with vague illusions. I am speaking of the kind of connection that honors who you are becoming. The kind that does not make you betray yourself to keep it alive. Dear heart, you have already tasted what happens when something dazzles you but costs too much. You know the exhaustion of being pulled in by potential while your peace quietly drains away. You know the confusion of being wanted and not handled well. You know how easy it is to stay attached to a beautiful possibility while ignoring an unhealthy reality. Loved one, that is why the surprise may not be what dazzles. It may be what stays steady, what feels safe enough to unfold slowly, what does not need constant proving, what allows truth to breathe in the room. Sweet soul, this applies beyond romance too. Perhaps the surprise is a new opportunity that looks smaller than what you imagined and yet fits you better. Perhaps it is a friendship you did not know would become a refuge. Perhaps it is a path you almost dismissed because it did not flatter your old ambitions. Perhaps it is a healing that comes through an ordinary conversation. My dear one, I know your habit of looking for what resembles your previous hopes. That is natural. You think, if good comes, it will probably look like the version I already imagined. But goodness often arrives from a direction you were not watching. That is one reason it can feel surprising. Beloved, I am not trying to confuse you. I am protecting you from narrowing the answer to only one shape. If very conversation would become too. What loved one, that is why the surprise may not be what dazzles. It may be what stays steady, what feels safe enough to unfold slowly, what does not need constant proving, what allows truth to breathe in the room. Sweet soul, this applies beyond romance too. Perhaps the surprise is a new opportunity that looks smaller than what you imagined and yet fits you better. Perhaps it is a friendship you did not know would become a refuge. Loved one, that is why the surprise may not be what dazzles. It may be what stays steady, what feels safe enough to unfold slowly, what does not need constant proving, what allows truth to breathe in the room. Sweet soul, this applies beyond romance too. Perhaps the surprise is a new opportunity that looks smaller than what you imagined and yet fits you better. Perhaps it is a friendship you did not know would become a refuge. Perhaps it is a path you almost dismissed because it did not flatter your old ambitions. Perhaps it is a healing that comes through an ordinary conversation. My dear one, I know your habit of looking for what resembles your previous hopes. That is natural. You think, if good comes, it will probably look like the version I already imagined. But goodness often arrives from a direction you were not watching. That is one reason it can feel surprising. Beloved, I am not trying to confuse you. I am protecting you from narrowing the answer to only one shape. If you cling too tightly to your own script, you may miss the gentler gift appearing by another route. Dear heart, the thing I bring may also surprise you because of what it awakens in you. You may notice your shoulders relax. You may notice you are not rehearsing every possible problem. You may notice that your laughter comes more easily. You may notice that your mind does not feel split between excitement and alarm. That matters. Loved one, learn to pay attention to peace, not only to spark, not only to desire, not only to what flatters the lonely part of you. Pay attention to what leaves you clearer, steadier, less self-betraying. Pay attention to what does not require you to shrink or chase or perform. Precious one, Sometimes the surprise is that what is meant for you does not feel like war. It may ask for courage. It may ask for honesty. It may ask you to grow beyond familiar patterns. But it will not require constant self-abandonment. It will not deepen the fracture within you. Beloved, you have been conditioned by enough strain to think that if something matters, it must arrive through emotional turbulence. No. Sometimes what matters most arrives with quiet weight, like rain after a long dry spell. Not dramatic in every moment, just unmistakably kind to what has been thirsty. Sweet soul, that is why I want you to release the idea that only the intense can be meaningful. The intense can overwhelm discernment. Kind to what has been what matters most arrives with quiet weight, like rain enough not patterns. But it will honesty. It may ask for courage. Surprise is that what is meant for you does not feel like war. It may ask for courage. It may ask for honesty. It may ask you to grow beyond familiar patterns. But it will not require constant self-abandonment. It will not deepen the fracture within you. Beloved, you have been conditioned by enough strain to think that if something matters, it must arrive through emotional turbulence. No. Sometimes what matters most arrives with quiet weight, like rain after a long dry spell. Not dramatic in every moment, just unmistakably kind to what has been thirsty. Sweet soul, that is why I want you to release the idea that only the intense can be meaningful. The intense can overwhelm discernment. The dramatic can distort hunger into destiny. Can want you to release the idea unmistakably long dry spell. Not dramatic in every moment, just unmistakably kind to what has been thirsty. Sweet soul, that is why I want you to release the idea that only the intense can be meaningful. The intense can overwhelm discernment. The dramatic can distort hunger into destiny. The urgent can make you ignore what your spirit already knows. But what is truly good often has a settled feel, not dull. Settled. There is a difference. My dear one, you may still feel afraid when something gentle appears. Fear may whisper, this is too calm. Maybe it is not real. Or if I care, I will be hurt again. Or I should not expect much. That is safer. I understand. I know. I know. I know. And because I know, I do not shame your caution. I only ask that caution not become a locked gate against tenderness. Beloved, you are allowed to move slowly. You are allowed to notice, to observe fruit, to test for steadiness, to stay awake without becoming hard. Move slowly. You are allowed to notice, to observe fruit, to test for steadiness, to stay awake without becoming hard. That is not fear. That is wisdom maturing. Dear heart, the surprise I speak of is not meant to knock you off balance. It is meant to show you that your old story is not the only story available. The old story said good beginnings fade. The old story said your needs are too much. The old story said clarity is rare and confusion is normal. The old story said you must earn gentle treatment. Those stories have worn grooves in you. Loved one, I am the only story available. Dear heart, the surprise I speak of is not meant to knock you off balance. It is meant to show you that your old story is not the only story available. The old story said good beginnings fade. The old story said your needs are too much. The old story said clarity is rare and confusion is normal. The old story said you must earn gentle treatment. Those stories have worn grooves in you. Loved one, I am the only story that is wisdom maturing. Dear heart, to test for steadiness, to stay awake without becoming hard. That is not fear. That is wisdom maturing. Dear heart, the surprise I speak of is not meant to knock you off balance. It is meant to show you that your old story is not the only story available. The old story said good beginnings fade. The old story said your needs are too much. The old story said clarity is rare and confusion is normal. The old story said you must earn gentle treatment. Those stories have worn grooves in you. The old story said clarity is rare and confusion is normal. The old story said you must earn gentle treatment. Those stories have worn grooves in you. Loved one, I am writing new grooves with better truth. That what is healthy can also be warm. That what is steady can also be beautiful. That what respects your limits can also stir your heart. That what is meant to grow does not need deception to keep it alive. Sweet soul, do not...
I don't think so, unless if you have Wi-Fi calling, yeah.
Rush to define the surprise before it arrives. Just become available to recognize what carries my peace. It may not shout out. It may not impress others. It may not fit the image you once had of how blessing should look. But inwardly it will carry a certain cleanness, a certain rightness, a certain relief. Precious one, you have spent so long bracing for the next wound that relief itself may feel strange. You may almost distrust the absence of chaos. You may wait for the hidden cost. If that happens, be gentle with yourself. Your heart is learning a new rhythm. Once, a certain relief. Precious one, you have spent so long bracing for the next wound that relief itself may feel strange. You may almost distrust the absence of chaos. You may wait for the hidden cost. If that happens, be gentle with yourself. Your heart is learning a new rhythm, one where care does not always disappear, one where peace does not have to be paid for with self-betrayal. Beloved, I do not ask you to leap blindly. I do not ask you to call everything good because it feels promising. It does not have to. If that happens, be gentle with yourself. Your heart is learning a new rhythm, one where care does not always disappear. You may drain. Precious one, you have spent so long bracing for the next wound that relief itself may feel strange. You may almost distrust the absence of chaos. You may wait for the hidden cost. If that happens, be gentle with yourself. Your heart is learning a new rhythm, one where care does not always disappear, one where peace does not have to be paid for with self-betrayal. Beloved, I do not ask you to leap blindly. I do not ask you to call everything good because it feels promising. I ask for something quieter. Stay awake to what is clean. Stay attentive to what deepens peace. Stay honest about what feels different from the patterns that used to undo you. Dear heart, you may be surprised not only by what comes, but by how ready you actually are to receive it. You have grown more than you think. You are not the same person who once... Dear, stay up to what is clean. Stay attentive to what deepens peace. Stay honest about what feels different from the patterns that used to undo you. Dear heart, you stay honest about what feels different from the patterns that used to undo you. Stay honest. You may wait for the hidden cost. If that happens, be gentle with yourself. Your heart is learning a new rhythm, one where care does not always disappear, one where peace does not have to be paid for with self-betrayal. Beloved, I do not ask you to leap blindly. I do not ask you to call everything good because it feels promising. I ask for something quieter. Stay awake to what is clean. Stay attentive to what deepens peace. Everything good because it feels promising. Peace does not have to be paid for with self-betrayal. Beloved, I do not ask you to leap blindly. I do not ask you to call everything good because it feels promising. I ask for something quieter. Stay awake to what is clean. Stay attentive to what deepens peace. Stay honest about what feels different from the patterns that used to undo you. Dear heart, you may be surprised not only by what comes, but by how ready you actually are to receive it. You have grown more than you think. You are not the same person who once confused instability with love, or pressure with purpose, or attention with care. There is more discernment in you now. You are not the same person who once confused instability with love, or pressure with purpose, or attention with care. There is more discernment in you now. Not the same person who once confused instability with love, or pressure with purpose, or attention with care. There is more discernment in you now, more patience, more instability with love, or pressure with purpose, or attention with care. There is more discernment in you now, more patience, more self-respect. That growth matters when the new thing arrives. More ability with love, or pressure with purpose, or attention with care. There is more discernment in you now, more patience, more self-respect. That growth matters when the new thing arrives. Loved one, what once would have dazzled you may no longer fit, and what once seemed too simple may now feel deeply right. That is not settling. Lives. Loved one, what once would have dazzled you may no longer fit, and what once seemed too simple may now feel deeply right. That is not settling. Arrives. Loved one, what once would have dazzled you may no longer fit, and what once seemed too simple may now feel deeply right. That is not settling. That is wisdom. That is your heart becoming able to recognize nourishment instead of merely craving intensity. Sweet soul, if what comes next surprises you by its gentleness, do not turn away simply because gentleness is unfamiliar. If it surprises you by lasting longer than your fear predicted, do not sabotage it to regain the upper hand. Simply because gentleness next surprises you by its gentleness, intensity. Sweet soul, if what comes next surprises you by its gentleness, do not turn away simply because gentleness is unfamiliar. Intensity. Sweet soul, that is not settling. That is wisdom. That is your heart becoming able to recognize nourishment instead of merely craving intensity. Sweet soul, if what comes next surprises you by its gentleness, do not turn away simply because gentleness is unfamiliar. If it surprises you by lasting longer than your fear predicted, do not sabotage it to regain the upper hand. Fear predicted, familiar. If it surprises you by lasting longer than your fear predicted, do not sabotage it to regain the upper hand. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. If it surprises you by lasting longer than your fear predicted, do not sabotage it to regain the upper hand. Longer than your fear predicted, do not. If it surprises you by lasting longer than your fear predicted, do not sabotage it to regain the upper hand. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. Need it to regain the upper hand. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. If it surprises you by lasting longer than your fear predicted, do not sabotage it to regain the upper hand. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. Sabotage it to regain the upper hand. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. Need it to regain the upper hand. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. Beloved, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. Sabotage it to regain the upper hand. Longer than your fear predicted, do not sabotage it to regain the upper hand. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. If it surprises you by lasting longer than your fear predicted, do not sabotage it to regain the upper hand. If what comes next surprises you by its gentleness, do not turn away simply because gentleness is unfamiliar. If it surprises you by lasting longer than your fear predicted, do not sabotage it to regain the upper hand. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. Beloved, there are good things that do not need to be chased. There are kind things that do not need to be decoded. There are true things that do not need to be inflated to be precious. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. Beloved, There are good things that do not need to be chased. There are kind things that do not need to be decoded. There are true things that do not need to be inflated to be precious. And if it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. Beloved, there are good things that do not need to be chased. There are kind things that do not need to be decoded. There are true things that do not need to be inflated to be precious. There are good things that do not need to be chased. There are kind things that do not need to be decoded. There are true things that do not need to be inflated to be precious. This is part of what I want you to learn. Precious one, the future does not have to repeat the shape of your old pain. That may be the deepest surprise of all. Not that what I want you to learn. Precious one, the future does not have to repeat the shape of your old embarrassment for having needs at all. Beloved, gain the upper hand. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. Beloved, there are good things that do not need to be chased. There are kind things that do not need to be decoded. There are true things that do not need to be inflated to be precious. This is part of what I want you to learn. Precious one, the future does not have to repeat the shape of your old pain. That may be the deepest surprise of all. Not that life becomes chased. There are kind things that do not need to be decoded. There are true things that do not need to be inflated to be precious. This is part of what I want you to learn. Precious one, the future does not have to repeat the shape of your old pain. That may be the deep beloved. There are good things that do not need to be chased. There are kind things that do not need to be decoded. There are true things that do not need to be inflated to be precious. This is part of what I want you to learn. Precious one, the future does not have to repeat the shape of your old pain. That may be the deepest surprise of all. Not that life becomes perfect, but that it can become different, cleaner, safer, less tangled, more honest. This is part of what I want you to learn. Precious one, the future does not have to repeat the shape of your old pain. That may be the deepest surprise of all. Not that life becomes perfect, but that it can become different, cleaner, safer. Of your old pain do not need to be inflated to be precious. There are good things that do not need to be chased. There are kind things that do not need to be decoded. There are true things that do not need to be inflated to be precious. This is part of what I want you to learn. Precious one, the future to be by Lowell. If what comes next surprises you by its gentleness, do not turn away simply because gentleness is unfamiliar. If it surprises you by lasting longer than your fear predicted, do not sabotage it to regain the upper hand. If it surprises you by meeting a real need, do not minimize the gift out of old embarrassment for having needs at all. Beloved, there are good things that do not need to be chased. There are kind things that do not need to be decoded. There are true things that do not need to be inflated to be precious. This is part of what I want you to learn. Precious one, the future does not have to repeat the shape of your old pain. That may be the deepest surprise of all. Not that life becomes perfect, but that it can become different, cleaner, safer, less tangled, more honest. Surprise of all. Not that life becomes perfect, but that it can become different, cleaner, safer, less tangled, more honest. Dear heart, I have not forgotten what broke your trust. I have not ignored what disappointment taught you. I have not overlooked the places where hope still limps a little. I am tending all of that while preparing what comes next. Loved one, rest from trying to predict every possibility. Rest from rehearsing how you will protect yourself from every good thing. Rest from assuming that peace must be temporary. There is no need to force certainty tonight. Only make a little room for surprise that heals instead of harms. Sweet comes next. I have not ignored what disappointment taught you. I have not overlooked the places where hope still limps a little. I am tending all of that while preparing what comes next. Loved one, rest from trying to predict every possibility. Rest from rehearsing how you will protect yourself from every good thing. Rest from assuming that peace must be temporary. There is no need to force certainty tonight. Only make a little room for surprise that heals instead of harms. Sweet soul, rest from rehearsing how you will protect yourself from every good thing. Rest from assuming that peace must be temporary. There is no need to force certainty tonight. Only make a little room for surprise that heals instead of harms. Possibility comes next. Loved one, rest from trying to predict every possibility. Dear heart, I have not forgotten what broke your trust. I have not ignored what disappointment taught you. I have not overlooked the places where hope still limps a little. I am tending all of that while preparing what comes next. Cleaner, safer, less tangled, more honest. Dear heart, I have not forgotten what broke your trust. I have not ignored what disappointment taught you. I have not overlooked the places where hope still limps a little. I am tending all of that while preparing what comes next. Loved one, rest from trying to predict every possibility. Rest from rehearsing how you will protect yourself from every good thing. Rest from assuming that peace must be temporary. There is no need to force certainty tonight. Only make a little room for surprise that heals instead of harms. Neck, where hope still limps a little. I am tending all of that while preparing what comes next. Loved one, rest from trying to predict every possibility. Rest from rehearsing how you will protect yourself from every good thing. Rest from assuming that peace must be cleaner, safer, less tangled, more honest. Dear heart, I have not forgotten what broke your trust. I have not ignored what disappointment taught you. I have not overlooked the places where hope still limps a little. I am tending all of that while preparing what comes next. Loved one, rest from trying to predict every possibility. Rest from rehearsing how you will protect yourself from every good thing. Rest from assuming that peace must be temporary. There is no need to force certainty tonight. Only make a little room for surprise that heals instead of harms. Sweet soul, when it comes, you may know it by the way your spirit does not have to leave the room, by the way you remain. Dear heart, I have not forgotten what broke your trust. I have not ignored what disappointment taught you. I have not overlooked the places where hope still limps a little. I am tending all of that while preparing what comes next. Loved one, rest from trying to predict every possibility. Rest from rehearsing how you will protect yourself from every good thing. Rest from assuming that peace must be temporary. There is no need to force certainty tonight. Only make a little room for surprise that heals instead of harms. Sweet, only make a little room for surprise that heals instead of harms. Rest from assuming that peace must be temporary. There is no need to force certainty tonight. Only make a little room for surprise that heals instead of harms. Sweet soul, when it comes, you may know it by the way your spirit does not have to leave. Tonight.
Again, we do it down. I don't need that.
If you can't win up to $50 in your real cash game, leave the app. Why don't you try tailor? This game is free and change the jackpot trend. No ads, no scams. You have a chance to win up to $50. Tap this video to download and try it now. You have a chance to win big wins, like $500. Ads, no scams. You can win. Attention investors! We've got the new attention version of Dora the Explorer. It went terribly wrong. He's doing so terribly on the helicopter! I'm gonna wreck this place out in full direction! I'm gonna wreck it! I'm gonna wreck your Street.
Hold on, hold on.
Hi, for the board. Blanket. Blanket.
Go ahead, play.
Go ahead. Thank you. A couple things. Then that's a lot. I'm getting a little bit too much. I finished cheese song today. Yeah. I wanted to tell me, but it's a mix of the two. So that makes sense. Wanna hear some? Wanna hear some?
Nah, don't screenshot a picture of some random hoe. You better be in this picture. Oh, well then, of course I'm not gonna believe that shit either. Shit, I was looking at pictures of girls that I had my phone off. Definitely be in that fucking photo. Hey.
So let's see. I just got a lot on my mind. Yeah. I'm just trying to, I don't know, I guess I'm going through it a bit right now. I feel like I'm making the Lord not happy and I don't even know how. I just, honestly, I don't really know how to feel about this one. Because I like this song personally, but I don't know if it makes the Lord sad of it. Yeah, I don't ever try to make. I try not to make anything that's too secular, or like that, like wouldn't make God happy, So it's like this song. It's a nice idea, I felt like, but the background sample. Let's talk about how I walk this world all by myself, like I'm all alone. Huh? I like the lyrics that I put on top of it. Personally, but I don't know if the Lord likes it, what I said. Yeah, it's like I, I don't ever want to write something that makes me happier than the Lord. I don't know, like I have depression, so I write about stuff like, I felt alone today, so I went and wrote on this beat talking about I walk, the beat in the beat the samples talk about I walk this world all by myself, which I mean like, huh? Yeah, and I guess the Lord doesn't think that way. I don't know if it would make the Lord unhappy for me to like write like that, I didn't erase it. I haven't dropped it yet, so I'm like, I'm hearing a voice in my head that says he didn't really like the beat, so I don't know if he does. Yeah, I like it's. Yeah, I can't. I don't even know if I should describe it completely or not. Huh? I mean, I'd be, I made it for people, So at the end of the day, like I do feel like, it's a great truck, and people can judge it all they want, But like, I also don't want to make the Lord unhappy on accident, Like, so I don't ever like purposefully like, say like, oh, the Lord abandoned me or whatever, Like, maybe, you can hear it here, so because like I don't ever, I don't want to crash out, I don't ever want to let myself get carried away to the point where like, right, definitely, no, I feel you. It kind of is like, the thing is, I didn't rap on the beat at first because it's talking about like, it's talking about like, I walk all by myself. It's like we don't walk all by ourselves, God's with us, Jesus is. Maybe. Right. Yeah. It could be the devil tempting me to not drop it. So it could be the devil too tempting me to not drop it. So I don't know. I thought it was a good idea, and now I'm thinking like, is it a good idea? Like, cause it's not that I wasn't feeling it. I like the idea. It's just the premise of the beat. The beat kind of implies that like, there is no God or anyone around. Just myself. Yeah, it's just myself. Yeah, and like, it just feels like satanic. Like I never rap on anything just blatantly satanic, So that's where they try to deceive me and stuff. Like, I don't ever want people to feel like, they're so alone that God doesn't even exist or love them, Yeah, exactly. So like, beats talk about I walk this earth all by myself and stuff. Is like, I tried to flip it into. I said I walk this earth all by ourselves. So it's like, it's me and Jesus against the world. Against the world, Right. I hope that's how it comes across. That's just how I hope. Because I don't ever want to accidentally make a track like that. Where it's like that discourages people from God. Which I guess it does. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I have a purpose. I can't on Earth. I can't just go out and start making depressed music and like doing the same thing. Like, I'm not gonna make it. That kind of stuff. Like, I can't start singing like that, even though I feel depressed enough like that. Like, I can't actually be like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's definitely trying to make me feel some type of way. That's also how the beat starts. So I'm like, it's a little satanic. I don't know. Is it? No, this is a disaster. Like, no, maybe I'm overthinking it. But like,
This is a disaster!
I mean, yeah, it is a little complicated.
Hey, yeah. Just him and me up on the scene. I know he can set me free. Candies is paired with weed. When I try, I just can't breathe. So is it that hard to love me? I walk the search alone with King Jesus. Some of this pain only God can ease. End up in this world is egregious. I'm just drowning in my own seas. All this pain that God sees, breathe these opportunities. Try seize this. When I walk through these trials, I'm just gon' give it back to King Jesus. As I walk through these trials, I get these stacks so I can get free from this. Like Joseph, so get a slave, you feel like a slave and need this. When I walk through these trials, I'm just gon' give it back to King Jesus. As I walk through these trials, I get these stacks so I can get free from this. Like Joseph, so get a slave, you feel like a slave and need me King Jesus. They break me down, I'm get on up and I'ma get on up with 2 feet. Break me down, but I get back up, that's cause King Jesus. All this pain, give it up, but I feel that pain. Give it up, but he feels that pain. Know my God gonna send this rain. Jeremiah says God has good planes. 30 buck games and I board in the plane. Econ miracles going insane. When I freeze on haters, I don't make bang, just bang. Just him and me up on the scene. I know he can set me free. Candies is paired with weed. When I try, I just can't breathe. So is it that hard to love me? Just him and me up on the scene. I know he can set me free. Just can't breathe.
Yeah, man. I got pretty good at using it. This is pitched up. Yeah, it gets pitched up.
I can't force anyone to do anything different. I want God, King Jesus, loves you, restores his soul. That's it. Not giving out.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe, you know, it's probably just that. You know, like, I guess I must be a perfectionist about it or something, you know, because like I really like I get, you know, I get bunched up over even just like the little details, you know, and like it's always the little things to me, like, oh, what if, right. Right. Yeah, dude. It can be a blessing and a curse, for sure. Cause like, yeah. Like, I guess I'm just terrified of disappointing God. I don't know. I never, like, I would never drop a track just to hurt God, you know? You know what I mean? Just like to, or like even just accidentally to hurt God. Like, you know, like if it even accidentally hurts God, I get paranoid, you know? It's like I always want to glorify Him, you know, whatever I can. it's a good song. I enjoy the song. I guess they're just really making me doubt because like they're using a bunch of openings, to like mess with me. Like I just wrote a song today about the war crimes and stuff going on, or like the potential war crime that was going on with Trump. Saying like he's gonna destroy the bridges and stuff. So I wrote a song called "Is This a War Crime?" And it's talking about like what a war crime is and stuff. Yeah, yeah, because that's why I made a song today, like analyzing what a war crime is, and I was analyzing Iran and Trump and his decision towards them and them back and forth. So it's a really political song, but like I didn't know God. Like now I'm thinking like they must be really just like trying to deceive me. I don't know, because like the more I went in, that really famous painting, the 2,000 yard stare. Yeah, the guy staring out into the distance. He's in the middle. No, it's a guy with it's like a war painting, and it's this guy that just who has PTSD from the war, and he's in the middle of the battlefield and he's staring into the distance. I think if I showed you, you'll get what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm sure it's a very well like on a documented like film scenario, but like yeah. Oh boy, rest in peace, my parents. God bless him. That's what I think. This is the painting. Based off.
You can draw too?
But yeah, I went in, but they tried to deceive me when I was making. I remade it with my character.
Oh, so that's on your what do you call that? Book cover?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah. This that political song,
Yeah.
but I guess they were trying to do something. Like I don't know. It's like painting, like just it's like I'm cool with it. It's respect. It's for me to so like war crime that you can't find your wife.
We all go through that. We all doing that. You know I am. I'm still struggling. I ain't find the answer. I'm a whole lot. That's who I am. Still a sinner. We all sinners. Don't look at me and good to you. I'm not. Huh? No, I never been married.
Sorry?
I don't miss it, though.
You don't miss it?
No, not really. I'm happy. Yeah. Yep. Because right now I'm in this situation. There's going to be some doors open up. So I'm not going to give up. I'm not gonna let nobody put me down either. My number one rule. Try to make me feel bad. No, I can't. It's impossible. So I told myself that when I was in high school. Everybody I know they was just dropping out, got tired of going. The teacher wasn't teaching us nothing. I told myself, no, I'm not gonna give up. I went back, held back a class. So I took till I had an extra year to graduate. Once I finally graduated, I told myself I didn't give up. So they called my name. I walked on the stage. Everybody started clapping. People I don't even know are giving me applause because I finally got the hell out of there. Yep.
Yeah, man. It must be a really good song because that's why they that's why they made me look at this and doubt myself. Cause because either it's like a good song or a controversial one or something. Cause if they want to they can. I haven't even dropped it yet, so like I have like there's battles in the spiritual realm, like trying to get me to not drop sometimes. Because there's Muslims, a bunch of Jewish people, just Buddhists, people in the spirit realm who don't like it when I talk about Jesus, And so I talk about Jesus and God, and I'm a prophet, So I talk about stuff like war crimes, and how God feels about that war crime situation, and when I talk about that stuff, it gets really heated and controversial on the other side, because like people are, very adamant about their religions down there. If I talk about Jesus Christ in a solution about Donald Trump, they're gonna be like, well, why don't you talk about Allah? Why don't you talk about Buddha? And it's like, well, I don't want to talk about Buddha. So, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I feel like they try to take it up with God by taking it up with me. Like, cause yeah, exactly. That's why. So like, so I try to give people like as a godly way of explaining it, and I guess I explain it well because some people get pissed off at me for it. And it's like now I'm doubting. It's like they're trying to make me doubt. They're trying to make me not finish this war crime painting because like I must be a doubting Thomas, because like I'm like the thing is I made this song and then right afterwards Trump went and said, okay, me and Iran reached an agreement, y'all. So it's not going on, it's postponed. Yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, so now I'm freaking like now I'm the problem. I did. It's like it's tiring at some point because like I still want to drop it because like it's talking about what a war crime is and like and if Iran feels this way then why this that and the third it's like and if I was in Trump's shoes then what would I do and that kind of stuff. It's like, right, right, yeah. It's just ironic now. Yeah, exactly. It's ironic now that because like people don't really know what a war crime is. I don't know if they do. Like, they do, yeah, but, like, do we really know what a war crime is? You know, if we're saying that Trump is threatening to retaliate against them is a war crime, you know, like, is it really a war crime? Or, like Iran is, or is Iran committing war crimes too, you know? Right. And I'm just thinking about it in the sense of, like, you know, we're in end times nowadays, and it doesn't change anything about what a war crime is, but right, that's definitely a war crime. You know, like, I feel like people know about Hiroshima and stuff, you know, but, like, no, exactly, dude, like this is, like, so deep shit I'm talking about, like I'm literally talking about, like, I can show you the track. I'm literally, like, actively, like, freaking spelling out what the definition of a war crime is, and it's like, you know, like, yeah, you know, the war crime involves not, you know, hurting innocent children and stuff, but does Iran really care about that enough to make a deal? In which they did, you know. It's like, right, yeah, but I feel like my message was more just like, is it a war crime though if we're fighting for innocence? You know, if, like, in it is Trump really, like, and you see now they're interrupting me, like like, I have valid questions here, but it's the ignorance, man, I guess, and, like, it's just like, these are things that really need to be talked about, you know, especially in music. So the fact that I talk about it and they try to gaslight me, it's just nuts, you know. Like, I really feel like a soldier sometimes, in that sense. You know, yeah, it's just really, I guess it's not PC, you know, like. And it's like, it doesn't need to be PC though for us. Like, we need knowledge more than being PC sometimes. I feel like, you know, like, because this is real shit. You know, I feel like the way I was thinking is, like, you know, is Trump really doing it the right way? And if not, like, I mean, at the same time, what would I do in Trump's shoes? Because Iran is definitely not doing it the right way, you know, and they're wicked, you know. So I was looking at biblical times, like, what did the Bible say about, you know, when people like Iran and Persia, they're being wicked and clearly, you know, being, like, not fair to people, you know. Like, was Trump really justified in, you know, saying that he would, you know, I mean, he didn't necessarily say, like, he kind of exaggerated with his little New York, you know, accent. It's like, oh yeah, whole civilization is going down. Like, no, he said that the power plants and stuff are going down. And yeah, you know, people around it would get hurt, you know, like, but, like, does Iran even care enough? You know, that my question is, does Iran really care enough to open that straight up? Like, why do they care so much, you know? And I mean, we know it's wickedness at some point, but it, like, to me, it seems like wickedness, you know. But, like, I feel like Iran was being more wicked than Trump at that point, because Iran, you know, is actively, like, withholding supplies from the rest of the universe, in the world right now. You know, it's like, yeah, but, you know, like it's so, you know, at some point, like, Trump, you know, people don't really they really don't get Trump, and they misunderstand his intentions, because, like, he's not perfect at what he does by any means, but I do understand the fact that Trump is trying to be a strength and a power. You know, he's trying to make America great again, you know, like, he's trying to make it powerful again, you know, and, like, maybe a bit too powerful at times. You know, he definitely has a lot of power, but what would you do in the shoes of Trump, where you have all this power, and, you know, like, before that, you know, before Trump, like, because, I mean, the Bible says there's a time for war and there's a time for peace, you know, and for peace, you know, there's a time for everything. So was Trump making the right choice by being all, you know, like, you guys better fucking, you know, make an agreement or else, like, I feel like he definitely, he's not a god. He's not God, you know, and he's also probably not the smartest tool in the shed, you know. But at the same time, like, a president, like I do notice the fact that I appreciate the fact that Trump has. I don't I don't like I see Trump from a very realistic standpoint. I weigh out all his pros and cons, and one of the pros is, I mean, like I do think that he does have an advantage in the fact that he, his business, his business sense, he can manage the U.S. He knows how many troops you got in Japan and how many troops you got in Iran and how many troops in South Korea and stuff. And it's because he's got a business sense, he's good with numbers. I noticed. He's got we got 40,000 in in Japan and 50,000 in South Korea. It's like that can be beneficial. He's got a temper. He's a New Yorker. Yeah, and and I'm sure Trump has done stuff that he regrets. You know what I mean? And that he doesn't like. I'm sure Trump has his own deceit and stuff. He's not completely honest all the time. But I don't think Biden did a better job either. At the same time, and I don't think Biden would have been able to meet someone like Kim Jong-un on this at the same time. And then try to reconcile with a freaking dictator like Kim Jong-un. Like Trump at least knew that Kim Jong-un is a dictator, and you need to be able to speak to a dictator some type of way. Otherwise, they're just gonna be like, if you try to be, hey, world peace with a dictator, man, with Kim Jong-un, he's gonna be like, hell no, regime, And so, I can at least notice that, Trump has that going for him, where at least he can say that, I kind of have to be more careful with North Korea than most people, and then that's the only reason he would be allied with Kim Jong-un, He's definitely, just like any other president, he's in a position of power where these demons definitely buy on him a lot. And, it's easy to target someone like Trump, and to, paint him in some kind of light if you wanted to, I could say a bunch of things about Trump that people would probably believe, even though I lied about it, I could make something up right now about Trump and put it out. People would be like, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. I could make my own fake news right now and be like, oh, Trump did this, that, and the third. And then someone would probably listen to it anyways, because they're like, Trump, he did that. He totally did that, And so, and same with Joe Biden, we're in such an age where I could literally just lie about them. And people would probably just take it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't like Biden either. I feel like Biden was definitely too senile by the time we got to the office, But at the same time, if we had a choice between Biden and Trump, we gotta pick something, Gotta be something, man, Huh? I don't think I did. I should vote next year, or next time when it. Wow. That's awesome. Huh? That's awesome, actually. I'm always. I'd consider myself a history buff, not a buff, but I like history. I can appreciate seeing New York in the 1940s and stuff, but it's just the way it is. The way I talk about it left people in the spirit where I'm I guess there's a lot of people trying to deceive me now, and yeah, So if you talk about any kind of politics, it's an issue. It's and especially I don't know if I should be able to relate to this guy in the 2,000-yard stare. It's I showed you the picture already, right? Oh yeah, that's. I feel like I can relate to it, not because I have World War II PTSD. I don't have. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I am an army person. I don't have the PTSD where I get scared by fireworks and stuff. But I do relate to I mean, I've had some pretty fucking messed up psychological warfare happen to me and shit, to where I've literally like shut down, you know, like my whole body to like be safe, you know, or like to keep on going. So I can relate to it, you know, I can relate to having that stare where you're just completely out of your body, you know. Yeah, you know, right. Just yeah, just like a lack of emotions, you know. And it's like, yeah, yes, a out of body experience, you know, like dissociating, some people call it nowadays, like. But they're making me feel like it's an issue that I won't, you know, that I feel that way about myself. That I can relate to this guy in the World War II, you know, Vietnam War setting. Because I'm not implying that I freaking, you know, have that level of PTSD where I get scared by loud noises and stuff. I mean, they definitely try to sink it into my spirit, but it's not bad enough to where I'm like deeply affected by loud, you know, noises like that. You know, I don't. Yeah, like I don't hear a loud noise and think about an Vietnam explosion, but I do know the pain of having a bunch of shit ton of bed bugs on my head, you know, and freaking like I should be allowed to fucking evaluate myself without them getting loud around me, you know, and that shit like, huh? What? So like there's some warfare on my soul right now, basically, and you know, and like it's a literal warfare. Like I'm not supposed to be here right now. I'm supposed to be an artist making music and stuff, and God had to literally delay my destiny so that people couldn't like snatch it and rob me from it. You know, because you know there's satanic robberies in the spirit realm. Like the Bible says, the kingdom of heaven right now it suffers violence, and the violent try to seize it by force. It says it in Matthew. So people are trying to rob heaven right now. They're trying to rob people like me, who are artists for Christ, for God, and then they try to get me to like kill myself before I get known. So they've been putting bed bugs in my hair and shit, and all over my body and my clothes and shit, trying to get me to like shut down, like that guy in this picture, so that I would kill myself and not exist. Like, and like, it's a literal war. And anytime I try to like explain myself, you know, or like evaluate myself, like say I relate to this guy in the 1,000-yard stare, you know, then they have an issue with it. They try to freaking take me down in that instant because I'm like comparing myself to this soldier dude in this portrait, and I'm basically like a freaking rapper Trump at some point, and like some at this point, like right. Well, yeah, that's the goal, you know. They like I know that much, but it's to the point where, you know, my depression is so bad sometimes it gets the best of me. Not that I ever, you know, I've had thoughts of killing myself. I never went through with it though. But they want me to actually kill myself though. So like they'll like actually put bed bugs in my hair and shit. Okay. Right. It really is a devil. It's so satanic, man. Yeah, that's the devil. You know, like, and I agree. Don't ever do that to yourself, bro. It's so much worth it. Like, life is so worth it. You know what? But yeah, man. Like, really, at some point, like, I really am fucking next. Fucking like, really, at some point, like, you know, like that shit. That's what they're doing to me, trying to get me to kill myself. So that's Satan, you know, and like I gotta deal with that shit every day. That makes me want to kill myself, you know. And so like, and they want that. They're fine with me killing myself. Like they celebrate over that shit. So that's the shit I deal with every single fucking day. You know, niggas don't even give a shit that they laugh about that crap. They expect me not to get mad about it, you know. It's like I really want to kill myself some days over that shit. Like, and they really fucking drill it in my fucking soul. Like, they really want me dead. Niggas don't even know they're attacking me. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, that's the only reason why, man. I got power. I know I got power. So I can answer people's questions about God, Jesus, and the spirit realm, like to a T. And the spirit, you know, the Holy Spirit. Like, I can answer people's questions. If they had 100 questions, I'd go through all 100. Like, and niggas laugh about it. That's because they want me to kill myself. They want me to kill myself. That's the only thing. They don't want me to answer questions. They don't want anything. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Like, he doesn't, like, you know, people like him, like, they don't get what they're doing, but I see the demon in them laughing at me, and it's like, just deeply annoying, because I can't say shit to them, and I can't tell them, oh, this demon's laughing at me, bro, through you, and it's like, and they just don't get it, and niggas try to box me over that shit, like, and I can't help but say, like, niggas at this point, because it pisses me off, but I also want to be Christ-like. And, like, they want me to just kill myself and destroy my body and destroy my mind so that I'd end up in hell, and they're gonna fucking try to jump me out if I go down there. Literally, like, God has given me, like, a literal vision of just, like, 100,000 niggas just chasing after me down there. Cause they got me down there. Like, but, like, I literally, I'm not allowed to kill myself, cause, like, that would happen. Cause I know too much at this point. Like, I stay close to God. I talk to Jesus every day, you know, and I watch God's messages videos on YouTube, and it's like, you know, like, literally, like, every single day I wake up is just more attempts to kill for them to get me to kill myself. And it's like, people don't get what they're doing when they laugh at me, but I gotta deal with that shit every day, you know, like, I gotta deal with freaking trying to figure out how to charge my laptop. I gotta find out which seat to sit at without pissing people off, because they're mad that I rap around them, so I can't rap around them. I can't talk about them, and then when I say that, people call me a dumbass for it and shit. They laugh at me. It's like, I always gotta move my fucking laptop around, because I start rapping, and then this stupid, like, this nigga on the other side starts laughing at me. It's like, ha ha ha, like, you think you can rap, ha ha ha. And it's like it's deeply, like, they treat, like they highly underestimate my snapping ability. Like, I can snap at any moment, you know, I'm a human being too, but they treat me like I'm a fucking clown or some shit, and it's like, you know, it's deeply annoying, because, like, I'm up here, I really do feel like this dude just fucking staring into space, and like just, like, sometimes I do want to kill myself, but I choose not to, because I miss my wife. And, you know, whoever she is, wherever she's at, they're like, niggas say that I don't have a wife, even though I know I have a wife. She's out there. You know, it's like, you know, like, it's just whatever Satan can tell them to get me to kill myself. That's like, he'll do it. Whatever makes him laugh at me. Whatever makes him think I'm an asshole. Whatever makes him think that I'm a dick. They'll make me raise my voice so that I sound like a dick, and then blame it all on me for raising my voice when I'm pissed off and just dysregulated, you know. And it's all just like I get gaslit to the point where I'm like, I don't even know if I can talk about it, because, like, it's so much trauma that, like, I feel like I make other people just uncomfortable. Just by, and it's just, I gotta deal with it and just fucking walk with God, you know, and, like, which I don't mind walking with God, but I deeply minded when people just treat me like I'm not human, though. You know what I mean? It's like you know, it's like, right. I've been trying to shake it off. It's just like the way that they've been trying to, like, dig it into my soul, though. It's like, it gets hard too, you know. Like, I tried to ignore the dude today, and they just keep on rapping, And then he just like he fucking like got in front of my face and started talking shit like like walking up to me and start talking shit like I'm just trying to rap and make music. I'm rapping on this song talking about I'll walk this world all by myself, you know, and I'm walking along with Jesus Christ, and you know no one gets me, and then on top of this nigga's fucking talking shit to me now and wants to. He literally said he'd stab me. Like he literally threatened to stab me, like that this morning. I should have. I don't know. Maybe I'm too fucking nice. Like he literally threatened to stab me. Over what? Me rapping? Like, come on. Fucking like that's the stupid shit. Like, you know, like and like I feel like I can't talk about it because like when I tell people, hey, I'm rapping for Christ, you know, they're like, I praise God. You know, it's like then they call me the fucking asshole and the crazy one. And it's like, you know, the world hates you, it hated Jesus first. And I get that, but it's like, man, like, they make it so difficult to just freaking walk on and pretend like I'm okay, but I'm not. Like, yeah, it's like, right? Yeah, it's like, I think he just said he can't do anything about it, and it's like that's the part that annoys me the most though, because I can't tell people that it's happening to me. I just gotta sit there and like deal with it. Because people don't get that there is a spirit realm. They don't know that demons really do exist. And like demons are just fallen angels and dudes who just didn't go to heaven. And then they're just walking the earth now. Just doing illegal shit. Like that's literally what demons are. That's what they are. They're just like bigots. Paper cuts. Exactly. And it's like they're trying to give me paper cuts. Exactly. And it's just like little like imagine being a criminal and then you die and then realize you can do more crime than niggas just invisibly now. Like that's like they and they do it to me through everyone around me, and I just gotta like I feel like I gotta just deal with it sometimes, because if I say it, I can't say, oh bro, stop yelling because your demons are fucking with me, you know, like I can't say that, because like so I can't, you know, it's like. It's like, bro, heal, because your demons are attacking you. Like, no, I can't say that shit. Yeah. Maybe, no, like, because when I say that, Satan just comes up with a new reason for them to shit on me. So, like, it just is an endless spiral of, like, oh, but why are you a rapper, though? But, you know, do you even have a job, bro? You even make money, bro? And it's like, yeah, I'm trying to. Like that was the argument this morning, was that I was broke and that I didn't have a job, and it's like, dude, this is my job, because I shouldn't have to explain myself when I'm vindicated by God. Like I hate having to tell people, you know, like as if I had to explain to them that I'm making money. It's like, yeah, exactly. So why is it that when I say that they go and say, but you aren't respecting me in my space? Like. I was being the quietest I could at that morning, and then they still thought it called it an issue. So like at that point, I'm like I had to actively not box these niggas, because they really tried to fight me for no reason. Like both of them were trying to box me this morning, just because I was rapping and next to them on my laptop about Christ and Jesus, and the dude in front of me is making fun of my ass and shit for it. And then he's over there agreeing with him. And I'm over here, it's like, dude, I can't escape this. I have to sit here. There's no free seats. And then they're like, oh, well, you should be more respectful about it, because we're over here sitting in this public space. I'm like, yeah, it is a public space. And it's like it just goes back to me every fucking time. It's like, what? Like, I was like, you should just go get a Jewel Osco job, bro, and fucking go work at McDonald's and stop rapping about Jesus. It's like, exactly. It's like fucking and I'm trying over here not to box them over it, but this dude's over here fucking threatening me, saying he's gonna stab me and shit. It's like for real? For what? For rapping about Jesus in front of you? And I ain't even using my full head voice. I ain't even belting. I'm literally whispering at the mic because I was tired of that shit. And then he still argues with me and threatens me to fucking kill me. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's all this woofing. A whole lot of woofing. And it's like at that point, I'm trying to be all Christ-like, you know, I'm trying to do this for God and Jesus. And then at the same time, it's like they're freaking, they're making up reasons to shit on me. Huh? there were times where I was like, I got some rest and stuff, you know, and like I was able to calm down. But they're always trying to rile me up and shit. And then niggas get mad at me when I get mad at them for like assuming that I'm just some fucking Care Bear, some shit. Because I'm not. Like niggas constantly saying, "Oh, beat your ass, nigga, fucking fuck you, bitch," and that shit is like just spitting all their toxic sludge on me. And then they get mad at me for wanting to fucking retaliate. It's like, and the whole time I'm just trying to tell y'all about Jesus and God. And it's like, they're still doing it to this fucking minute. Like, it doesn't stop. Even when I'm asleep, they're talking shit about me. It is. And then they claim I don't wash myself, like I didn't just take a shower this morning. Like, how the fuck can they know? It's not even them, it's the demons in them, though. So it's like, the demons just keep on coming with these stupid-ass arguments and shit. And it's like, and I just gotta deal with it. And I'm trying so hard to be like a good servant of Christ, you know, and I get it, I'm vulgar and stuff, I'm not perfect, but I at least try. And then on top of that, they're just completely trying to shove it down my throat. It's like, right. And it's like, why am I not allowed to defend myself? My bad, but like even he's got an issue with me that, like, that story. Like, where did I go wrong in that? What, trying to rap? Trying to believe in myself? My bad, but it's like, sorry for that. Like, but like, I'm hearing them over you at this point, because like, they're like consistently just trying to piss me off. I can't focus. Look, it's every 5 seconds. It's like, and like, it's like they take my ear, and it's like, oh, listen. It's like, I'm not trying to listen, but it's like I'm getting so fucking tired of these human beings acting like they're perfect, and I'm not. And it's like, oh, you're just then the third. They're not gonna say it to my fucking face, but they'll talk shit about me. And it's like, it's deeply annoying, because they're just trying to kill me. They know I'm a fucking 9 live cat, bro. Like they know I would do that shit, so they're trying to get me all pissed off. And then like, misery really fucking loves company. I really do. I've got to, because like, I can't even, like, it's like almost unavoidable at sometimes. Like, how the hell do I avoid this nigga arguing with me when he gets all up in my face about this shit? Like actively, like he was threatening to. He was getting him up. Like, you want to fight him? Like, nigga, I'd beat the shit out of you. Like, like, exactly. Like, I'm not trying to get kicked out. And then he goes like it's just immaturity. Man, he's like drown me out every single night, man. It's nuts. Like I should be able to think for my damn self without niggas trying to kill me over this shit. Like, they literally just want me to die just for existing. Because I talk to Jesus, and I talk to the Spirit and God, and I guess I swore a bit, so it's like, oh, why did he get to talk to God? Y'all can do the same thing. If you actually try to, then yeah, you're God as well. Exactly. It's like they got an issue with me saying that. It's like, so what do y'all want to hear? And it's like, they just want me to kill myself. For real. And thank you for letting me vent about it. Cause, like, I feel you. I feel you. Right. I feel like I feel like God has called me to be a prophet, and at that point, like, I don't know if me saying, fuck you guys, fuck off, F this shit, screw that, I'll beat your ass, I don't know if that's gonna make me less of a prophet, Huh? Right. Right, so I don't know, like, I'm not really trying to get to that point where I'm blinded, though, Like, I don't, like, my biggest fear is that, like, is that I miss out on my wife, or that I, like God just puts me with some random girl just because I was swearing too much or some shit, or like I didn't glorify God properly, and so like, oh, you miss out, like, like that's I'm terrified of that. They just fear one for me. Yeah. I'm just like deeply terrified of like that situation, because like it's not even about a wife, just like a girlfriend. I don't know. Like I've been isolated on purpose because God didn't want me to be with anyone who wasn't for me, But like the doors just keep on opening and closing, and it's like I just hope that my biggest fear is that this entire time I was walking with God is just gonna end in me doing something wrong, and then me finding out that Jesus Christ just let me live and didn't actually think I'd get to heaven, but I'd be alive anyways. Right. So, does that mean that I can just go around swearing my ass off like a sailor and smoking weed and shit and boxing niggas? Like, I mean, like, I know that there's like, I just feel like I'm right at that threshold where like there's a spiritual awakening going on, Like, yeah. Right. You're right. It must be the videos, like I watch I watch a bunch of God message videos every morning and stuff all day, and so I have to use discernment to like discern which ones are really from God and which ones aren't. And so it must be making me a little paranoid sometimes, because the ones that aren't real sometimes will have God raising their voice, like one time it was like one the God voice was saying like, you can either say I align with your timing, or I am bound and I do not know it. It was like, and he literally took the voice and he raised it to max volume. And I'm like, is that God screaming at me, or is that the devil? Then I was like, yeah. So, but would he raise his voice? Like, okay, so say I'm trying to pursue Paris Jackson, right? And like Paris Jackson, the Paris Jackson's, Michael's daughter, and so I get deeply paranoid at this point where I'm like, oh well, she was 5 years sober, so I should stop smoking weed, and I should prepare myself to be a good husband / boyfriend and stuff, and like, yeah, I'm getting ready, and I'm gonna stop swearing, I'm gonna start swearing less and shit, and like, exactly, yeah, and like, like I was gonna start swearing less and shit, and then like I'm gonna stop smoking weed, and I'm gonna get better, and I'm gonna work my ass off all night and stuff, and yeah, I'm gonna get there eventually, and like, and it's like, like, am I gonna miss out on Paris Jackson because I smoke too much weed, because I box niggas, and she's like, oh, just walks off, like, and it's like I get deeply terrified of shit like that, because I want the good ending for my life, where like I could become well known as a famous prophet, not a famous prophet, but like I want to be a successful prophet, and I want to be a famous rapper or a well known rapper. I want to be successful at rapping and making video games and stuff for Christ, and I want to rap about Jesus Christ. He's even confirmed to me that I'm like a secular worker that is a Christian, so he's confirmed me I'm allowed to do that. But am I gonna lose my opportunity? Am I gonna get replaced like Judas and Matthias just because because I started smoking a bunch of weed? Yeah, I put my testimony in my rap. It's like it scares the shit out of me. Some days, because like the last thing I want to do is be in another toxic cycle, and another, with a person worse than that, that I wouldn't like, I don't want to get like bunched into something. Like, because my entire brand is about love. You know, SP ELi is all about love. Love for your brothers, love for your sisters, your friends, your homies. You know. Yeah, exactly. You know. Right. But the Lord of Hosts would raise his voice, though. You know. So like. Right. Right. Yeah. You know. Right. It really, it could, you know, it could be just attempted, you know, and like you're right, like it, like at that point, you know, that's why I haven't just thrown in the towel and killed myself. To be honest, I have, like, that's why I'm still alive. I haven't killed myself because, like, I'm just like, yeah, you know, like about me. Well, I appreciate that, you know. Sometimes I wonder if people would give a shit. Right. Right. Yeah, I guess so. You know, at that point, because you know, I question it sometimes. You know, I feel like I'm in. I feel like I'm already in a high position. You know. Right. And I do. I know. You know. I know I am. Which is like I haven't. I know that if I kill myself, I'm automatically putting myself in like a dangerous spot. You know, because I'd be separated from God at that point. You know. It's like. Right. Right. You know, I've thought about it too. I'll be honest, yeah, I've thought about stuff like that, but I also know what happens. You know, it's like ending your journey early. And it's like I don't want that, but they definitely try to drill it in me that I'd want that. You know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Yeah. Exactly, dude. You know, and it really is just like just the fact that I'm over there, I'm hearing bitch niggas, that's the shit I don't like. Like I feel like the demons are playing that to me. You know, like and they wouldn't know because they're just listening to music. But I'm a Christian and they could see my light in the spirit realm. You know, they could see that I'm a freaking beacon. You know, like and like so they play shit like that around me. You know, like that's the shit I don't like. So like I know for a fact that there's like robbers and shit down there trying to like they would jump me down there. You know, if I went down there, like because I'm doing all this for Christ, and they think like, oh, you think you're better than me and shit. And it's like so I can't kill myself. I literally can't. I cannot kill myself because if I do, I'd be fucked. You know, like I know, like I have a high enough rank. I feel like I'm already in like a position of power. You know, to where like I can't abuse my light. You know, I can't. I don't want to abuse my light or ever be at the point where like, you know, because I'm homeless too. Yeah, but like I also know God. You know, and I know Jesus, and I feel like it's a privilege. Like I don't want people to feel like, you know, I'm holier than thou. You know, like oh, like exactly, yeah. It's like I'm not. You know, I'm not by any means perfect, but people, you know, like right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's how they see me, dude. Like, yeah, they see me as a super Christian, and it's like, but what the hell is a super Christian? You know, like, dude, I say shit like consistently, like I don't, and like, you know, Jesus came for the brokenhearted. He didn't come for the Pharisees. You know, he was giving alms and stuff to, like taking the wheat and the cumin and tithing it to people just because they're poor. Like I'm not here to judge people, but at the same time, I feel like sometimes I judge them on accident. It's like I get mad at people. It's like they just talk shit behind my back, and I get nigga-like sometimes, and like I want to fight sometimes, and so it makes me wonder, like, does God like love me less, and not love me less, but like, am I risking my own life by freaking saying fuck and shit? Like fuck you demons, like, like exactly. So like, is my life and death in the power of the tongue, right? I guess so. Like, like, but like, I want so badly to just know my place and to just know what God truly wants from me, It's, or a big room in the jail, or just a big room. Oh wow, that's awesome. That's a blessing. Okay. No, I feel you, Nick. It's just like they make it so much harder for me to figure out and like discern where I'm at. And I'm like, I'm really trying my best. Like I don't ever want to disappoint God, And like I don't want to be a failure at who I am, And it's like, but they really test me every day, and like it's like it's not, and like I just like I can't stand niggas laughing at me, and it's like maybe like one time for 5 seconds, that's one thing, but like consistently 24/7, nonstop, no breaks, like that shit pisses me off, man. And like, and I'm just expected to like just deal with it, and it's like do I like what it like. Sometimes I feel like what if they fucking kill my ass over that shit? I don't want to crash out one day and then they fucking beat my ass into the ground. It's like even though I am like a 9K, I feel like adrenaline's a bitch sometimes, so I feel like I could, but I also know, huh? Right. Like I know I could kick somebody's ass if I really needed to, but at the same time, I also have that little voice in the back of my head. Is like, what if? Maybe it's failure. Maybe that's something I shouldn't even be thinking about. But like at the same time, like I pick my battles, but like you know. Right. Yeah, like. I believe it. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's like I don't need that either. You know. It's like it's just unnecessary. But they make it seem so necessary, and it's like I'm at the same time like I'm skinny enough to where like I feel like I could kick someone's ass, but at the same time I got this, and I do once, you know. So it's like yeah, it's well I guess yeah, because like like I look at dudes with like thicker muscles, and shit, and like bigger muscles, and like could I still kick that nigga's ass though, like. And it makes me think, because I'm like, shit. I mean, like, yeah, I'd box, but would I make it out alive? You feel me? It's like, because like all they do is, yeah, exactly. All they do is talk shit, and like I get pissed off about it. But at the same time, it's like I gotta pick my battles and shit. It's like I don't. Like I'm deeply terrified of like ending up in a fight over my own pride or something, and then ending up in hell, and then I missed my chance at being who I was meant to be, because I see huge visions from God, like my promised land and stuff. I don't want to be like Moses where I didn't get to my promised land. It's like that's what I feel like they try to do, like with the bed bugs and shit. Like they try to break my soul in half, and I'm like, do I even have to worry about that? Like if I kept smoking weed, am I gonna freaking miss out on my paths just because? I got some cortisone, but there's so many of them I just can't fucking do it. Like I can't put cortisone in my hair, because that they knew that too. So there's freaking bed bugs like all up my fucking scalp and shit. Like they put witchcraft on me and then like put these bed bugs in super inconvenient locations, like my freaking hat, so that I gotta pick them out every day, and it's nuts. Like. And on top of that, they're using niggas to yell at me and make fun of my ass and laugh at me. And I got bed bugs in my fucking hair. And, and they're screaming at me, and they're threatening to stab me, and they're threatening to hit me. On top of that shit, and I can't even rap because they make fun of me when I rap, and they tell me to get a job and get fucking Julasco, and they call me broke. And and they make it's just on one on top of the other, and on top of that, I gotta deal with the demons, fucking whispering to people like Paris, and it's just growing. Yeah, it's just annoying, man. Like when it rains, it pours. I guess, cause, amen. I really there's really not much else I can do. Cause I can vent, but whenever I vent, I feel like I'm venting to the wrong people, or I feel like I don't want to burden people with my venting. Sometimes I write something to Paris, but I feel like I'm writing a big ass DM, of a paragraph she's not gonna read, and am I doing the right thing? That I'm deeply terrified of messing things up, and just going out like another rapper did, and getting shot over this shit, or beaten up, or I guess, but I'm 20. I'm 22 though now, so it's yeah, amen. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. Right. And I also get that God has compassion on us too. He feels for us and with us, So he's angry at them too. But sometimes I wonder if he's angry at me, because if I start, because I recently saw Paris rolling up a cigarette, so I went and told her, I'm glad you did that, because I'd probably roll up a blunt too and stuff, and I felt like that. I don't know if that was a mistake, and it made me overthink it. It's because what what if that's the reason we don't end up together or some shit? Maybe it's me just overthinking it. I don't know, but like, like I want so badly to end up with a girl like Paris, and so for me it's like, because I'm gonna be famous. I already believe I'm gonna be famous already, so I'm gonna get up to the top, be in LA and stuff, because I'm there. I'm supposed to be there for God, I'm God's prophet, It's like, she was engaged and then she broke up with the guy, and then that was last year, But like, every time I go after a girl, though, Satan sends like just like some random ass dude to like fucking like rob me of that shit, And so like, as soon as I entered Paris' life and started dating her, this random fucking this random white dude just went like that was her friend for a long time supposedly just randomly appeared on her page on her birthday, and now they're singing together, and I just like, I don't know if that's God telling me to like just like let go or what, or if it's Satan attacking me, and just or what. I'm just so tired at that point. Like, they're like shit, like I wish it was as easy as just like, I'm nice to the girl and she notices and then hey, we're together, but the world makes it so freaking complicated because they're like all these dudes being assholes to girls and shit, And it's just like, man, And like, she's active right now. It's like I fucking, I hate it. I don't know, I hate thinking that like, what if I'm just chasing after a fantasy, that doesn't even exist, but it only in my mind, and Jesus isn't even looking at me proud, like that's my deepest, most terrifying fear, that like I'm just chasing after females, and Jesus like, just Martin, we should out there, why you chasing after females? But I don't lust after her though. I love her. I genuinely like. I know, like, I've learned a lot about her recently, and just like, I don't like. I wouldn't. Maybe it's not in like full love with her, but like I know enough to where I'm like, I really like that girl, and I want to get to know her better, and stuff, and like I want to be there for her. But is it a good choice for me to be there for her? She's gonna keep me on a hook. Is like, am I making a mistake? Am I, like, are they just gonna Jezebel me then, And freaking like, it's like nearly impossible to tell at this point because there's so many different factors. It's like, am I gonna end up with any celebrity? Because Satan loves celebrities. So I guess he would use a celebrity, but it's like, would God try to prove a point with a celebrity? Which I feel like he would. Justin Bieber's Christian. So like, huh? What? No, yeah, I text them, every once in a while. Like, I'll send them texts and stuff saying like, hey, I hope you're having a great day and stuff, And I'll let them know what's going on in my life every once in a while, Just like as like a pre-fame DM, I guess, or something, like. And like, I do shit that most niggas wouldn't do, so they make fun of me, for like doing that shit. But, so I mean, I keep doing it, but like at the same time, like I don't want them to like discourage me, but it does get to a point where I'm like, shit, am I doing the right thing? Like, am I like actually, like, am I ever gonna meet these people, or are they just, am I digging my own grave? Or like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, like, they're really gaslighting the shit out of me, man, like, and I, like, I don't even know how any of them feel about me at all, like, they never told me, and it's like, I've seen signs, but are they God signs, or are they Satan signs, Like, am I being tempted, or is this really happening, I never know. I can't actually tell. You know, God doesn't tell me enough to where like, oh yeah, this is a sign for me. You know, huh? Right. I mean, like, it's the thing is that they know that I'm close to God, right? So they really did, like, they know I'm close to God, so they really are doing anything that they can in their power to, like, to deceive me, right? Like, look, this video right here, it says, God is upset, don't skip me, open quickly, and there's Jesus crying tears. Like, is he actually sad right now? Or is he...
Got a frown on his face. You got a frown on his face.
Exactly. The real message that Jesus thinks is
That's probably fake because that's him drew that picture.
I've seen they really did edify me, you know? Like, they're from pastors sometimes, and like, and it's like, would God ever tell me that? And you know, like, what's the difference between me and the non-Christians, you know? Yeah, you know? And this video says the devil is attacking your mind. So, I mean, like, yeah. But, like, it gets really difficult to tell at some point. You know, because, like who's really talking to me? You know what I mean? Like, right. Right. So I mean, is it gentle if they show up? I guess it's saying God is upset. Like, it's getting so deceiving at this point. Freaking God is upset. Like, huh? Right. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like, it's strategic. It's like, it's annoyingly strategic, because I see these demons around me literally orchestrating shit. Like, they're playing a whole game of chess. Like, oh, I'm gonna move over here. Like, they've had niggas put their whole fucking bare ass, like, in front of my face. Sometimes, man. Like, they'll walk up to me and then, like, do that shit. Yeah, like, and I gotta freaking, like, I just gotta, like, you mind, bro? Because, like, they're freaking, like, you know, like, niggas bare ass in my face, man. It's like they really want me to crash out, and it's like, it's deeply annoying. Because, like, I want to be known so bad, you know. I want to be understood by someone, and thanks for understanding it. Because, like, you know, you're the only person around you who really, like, gets it. You know, but, like, it's just, like, it's annoying when I try to have to explain it to, like, someone in the world, you know, that this is happening to me, you know? And they're like, oh, it's not happening to you. It's not that deep. We're just in the world. This fuckers to get money, bro. You know, like, just get a Lamborghini, you'll be fine. Like, that type of shit. I'm like, no. You know? Like, I don't need to be rich. I want to be happy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fine with, like, yeah, I'd get a nice car, you know, like a Benz or something. But to freaking, I don't need, you know, I agreed with Tupac in that sense, where he said, you know, that annoys me. Where he said one time, like, you don't need 10 cribs and shit, you don't need 10 cars and shit. Like, they're really, like, they talk over me in the spirit realm, man. It's not his fault, it's the principalities and demons. But, like, it's draining my soul. You know, I'm sensitive, yeah. And they know I'm sensitive, so, like, and they know I feel everything. So like they'll just bring niggas around me just to talk around me, just to dig it in my soul, and then they go back like nothing ever fucking happened. But now I'm hurt, and it's like that shit pisses me off because they get away with it too for a little bit. And it's like they're not gonna get away with it forever, but like they in the moment they get away with that shit, and I'm just like hurt and just here. And now freaking everyone I like thinks I'm an asshole, you know. And it's like I just gotta sit there and be like, okay, I trust you, God. How do I do this now? Like, it's like, all right, everyone fucking hates me. I'll sit here though. I don't know, like they're like the gaslighting is insane. And it's like I really do just like I try so hard to just be patient, you know, and like, but I'm terrified that like, you know, they would just put me with someone I'm not interested in, you know, after all that. Right. Yeah. It's like nice, man. Boondocks classic. You know, I love that. It's just annoying. Thanks for talking to me about it, cause like you're like one of the only people who understands that stuff. You know. So thanks, I appreciate it. You're welcome, Mr. Forrest Frank. Like, pretty girl. Also pretty girl. And I'm not racist. Tandy's pretty too. I can date a black woman. I promise you guys I can. I could use some support. And God bless this brother. God bless brother for supporting. Name redacted. I guess I'd never talk about that shit. No, I was just saying. I guess I never talk about that shit. The more I think about it. Yeah. It's like, well, I got this bad habit of keeping up like a front, you know, and so I don't really talk about like, oh yeah, I don't always believe in God's promises for me. You know, I don't always trust God like I should. You know, it's like I'm not a pastor, I'm not a priest. You know, I want a hot wife. You know, I'm trying to fuck. You know, it's like I'm trying to get married. You know, it's like I'm not perfect. Like I guess I don't know. People think about me as a freaking pastor or something, but yeah, like exactly. You know, but like I guess I don't talk about it enough, maybe, because like I feel like people think that I'm just always freaking holier than thou. I'm like, oh yeah, you know, like praise Jesus Christ. You know? Yeah, you know, I'm doing this all for God. Like I wouldn't even be like comfortable being just a rapper. You know, like I feel like I have to do it the Jesus walks around. Because if I just like crashed out, then I'd be screwed, you know? And I feel like I know that. Like, I don't want to crash out, you know? And they really want me to crash out. No, I was just saying, they really want me to crash out too, but I don't want to. Right. I want to make the world a better place, you know? And yeah, I want to be appreciated and loved, you know, of my wife and stuff. I mean, I want to love her too, but, I don't want to save the world, but I want people to be like, you know what, the world was a better place because SP ELi wasn't it. You know? At least I had SP ELi's music and his games to listen to. And video games to play, you know, and books. Like, I want to leave things that are tangible, that people can enjoy, you know, even after I'm gone, you know? And I want to lead them back to Christ, you know? Like I want to make the world a better place than it was when I came in, and that's why they hate me for that. Because, like, but I'm still not trying to save the whole damn world, because I know I can't save the whole world, you know? Like I'd probably try to save the whole world if I wanted to, you know? Or, like, but I know that I can't do it alone, and I can't, like, all I can do is really make the world a better place and let people know what I feel about doing good and making the world a better place, you know, healing the world. And it's like that's all I want, you know. I really, at the end of the day, like that's why people misunderstand me, because they're like, no, he must want something more. He must want to just fuck, or he must want to just, you know, fuck bitches to get money. It's like, no, I'm the freaking anomaly at this point. You know, like, you know, and that's why they try to corrupt me so freaking hard. Because, like, I just want to make the world a better place than it was when I came into it. Like, I want to leave the world. I want to leave the world with my whole discography and video games and books and shit, you know, and art and stuff that I made, you know. And they hate that. They hate the shit out of that. That's why they want to kill me. Because, like, I don't think any other way. You know, I'm not thinking about, like, I'm really never thinking about myself. Like, I am. Am I? I don't know. Like, am I being selfish for wanting Paris Jackson as my wife? I mean, yeah, but, like, I feel like if a girl liked me and wanted to be with me, she would have been with me by now. And, like, you know, like, I don't know, like, I pursue women, you know, and so I pursued Paris Jackson, you know. And is it a crime for me to want her as my wife, you know? Like, is it illegal, you know? Like, is it an issue? well, yeah, it is a destiny. Like, so I wanted to give it a try, but like, you know, I'm like, is it a problem for me to want though? You know, like, but it's not really. Here's the thing, okay? Before Paris, I liked, before Paris, I liked Sabrina Carpenter. Before Sabrina Carpenter, I liked Billie Eilish. Before Billie Eilish, I liked Victoria Justice. And these are all I felt God literally like led me to these celebrities so that I could love them. And so like it was. I mean, they all rejected me, but it was my job. It was my mission to love them because I was going to be known in the industry, an artist. But the thing is, they weren't like none of them. Like I never looked at any of them as like high maintenance or bougie women. Like they were like yeah, like I've never dated a girl who is like a silver spoon kind of girl. Like or I never like she would have to be like normal somewhat. You know what I mean? Like not normal, but like I wouldn't date a girl who's got like a shit ton of like $1 billion jewels on her and shit, and then like treats people like peasants. Like I wouldn't date a freaking supermodel. But a girl like who's hot or attractive, who's pretty, and she makes music, and is cool. She makes me laugh, and makes me feel safe, comfortable, at peace. Like I date that, But it's just like, but I never went into this thinking like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get some money out of this shit, and fuck bitches get money. Like, like, it was never about that. I wanted a wife. I wanted to put a ring on that, and it's like. And it was like, but they assumed that it was just about, like, oh, he must be after my money, or he must be, like, after me because I'm hot and famous. And it's like, no, I love you guys, and I want to be known. I'm later, so I'm gonna be known. I'm gonna work my ass off until people know who I am. But at the end of the day, until then, you guys get to freaking gatekeep me and know who I am before they do. And so I'm like introducing myself in advance, like, hey, I'm SP ELi, nice to meet you guys. I'll be working with y'all in the future, type shit, It's like I'm going to Hollywood, It's like, but they don't know me yet, so nice to meet y'all, And it's like, it's just, I know I'm gonna be famous, I know that if I work hard enough, then I'm gonna get to where I need to be, If I hustle, I'm gonna get there, or praise God, Yeah, I don't let anyone stop me. Exactly, But is it? But the thing is, like, is it selfish for me to want to date a hot girl like Paris Jackson? Like, I don't think it's selfish of me, is it? Huh? Sorry? No, but the thing is, I already did date. I already did date a poor girl. I did it or I was into plenty girls who didn't have a lot of money, but they were attractive and they were nice to me. I mean, they weren't always nice to me, even. That's a freaking bedbug. But like, huh? No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're freaking burrowing in my head and shit. But like, yeah, they put a witchcraft spell on me that that makes these bed bugs crawl all over my head. The Bible says, "Suffer not a witch to live." Yeah, it's the thing is, it's real. It just backfires if you use it wrong. So yeah, like they like some of these people, they didn't give a shit about it, and they just they put witchcraft on and bed bugs up in my hair, because they wanted me to kill myself. So they would turn to mediums and the occult and stuff. And now I got bed bugs consistently multiplying in my hair. Huh? Well, yeah, but like, are they freaking burrowing in your head and multiplying though? Like, you gotta pick them out of your freaking hair. Like, they're literally nesting in my head right now. Like, and I can't get rid of them until I shave my head completely, fully. Like, So like that's the type of shit they're doing to me. Like they're making these bed bugs like walk onto my head and then burrow in my hair and freaking lay eggs there, so that there's infinite bed bugs in my hair and in my clothes. Like as of right now, I gotta freaking pick them out my clothes because they keep multiplying and I can't find them. Like they literally hide themselves when I go and try to pick them out. So that's how I know it's witchcraft. Like because they literally they hide. They play hide and seek in my freaking clothes. So it's like it's not just bed bugs. Like they're actively like I'll take off my shirt and then they'll walk inside the freaking crevices and shit. Like that's gotta be witchcraft. No, but literally it's gotta be witchcraft because people hate me that much, and I've seen like I stay close to prophets, and they're telling me about the witchcraft that they're putting on me. Look, this one's right in the fucking crevice, so that I can't pick them out unless I freaking look directly in there, and that's witchcraft. Like I can't freaking like they have like devices that like control the bedbugs and shit from Satan, and like you know it's just demonic because they're strategically placed bedbugs. They're in my hair. They're in my freaking beanie. They're in my clothes. They're in my underwear. And then freaking when I take them out, they crawl back up, you know, like into like my clothes. Like it's nuts. I don't get a break ever. Huh? Yeah, I do. And sometimes I freaking like it just like sometimes I do, and then sometimes they're so small that I can't even do it. Like it's a miracle that I'm alive. Like literally, this is psychological warfare. This is psychological abuse at this point because like I can't find where all these bedbugs are in my hair, but they're in there and they're nested in my head, and I can see them. I can see the eggs in my freaking hair, and I can't pick them out because they cling to my hair. Like it's deeply upsetting and terrifying. Like they're everywhere, and they know that I can't like anytime I get new clothes, they ruin the clothes, and then they try and they know I can't afford a new pair, and then I'm replaced with a lot of bed bugs. So they freaking use spells to make all the bed bugs burrow into my hair, and then freaking like that's why the Bible says, "Suffer not a witch to live," because they could do that. They could really control the Satan's pests, and then make them crawl into my hair, and then freaking dig at my head, which they're literally doing every day. Like I gotta pick them out my freaking hair, and it's annoying. Like, cause God knows, you know, like Satan knows that I was commissioned for Christ. Literally, I'm commissioned to do this. I didn't just, you know, I basically up and decided to be a rapper one day. You know, like, and like that's how I know like God is just literally told me to rap for Him. And ever since there's been like an attack, like they want me to kill myself. Like it's a literal like rumor of wars, as they said in the Bible. Like there's literally a war over my spirit right now, because I'm SP ELi, Spirit Prince Elijah, freaking like Saul Paul Elijah. Like that's literally my name. I got a sister named Elia who lived 100 days and she passed away. You know, and like. And I don't know if I am Elijah the prophet. I could be, but sorry. I have two older brothers and a little brother. Yeah. But like they're trying to make me doubt everything I know about myself. It's crazy. Because they know that if I went to Hollywood right now, I'd be answering all the artists' questions about God and Jesus and the Bible and stuff. And they could come to me at any moment and be like, "Hey man, I'm really struggling with Jesus, you know, and they're like, believe in Jesus and God. Can you help me out?" And I'd help them out. So they want to kill me for that. The Dark Kingdom wants to kill me. Like they literally have like, God has said they have pictures of me up in the freaking offices and shit. Like, you know, like I am deeply hated by the darkness. And it's just because I literally just want to make the world a better place. And I can box a nigga when I need be. But, like, I don't want to just box niggas my whole life. I want to make the world a better place. So it makes me a literal, like, spiritual target in the dark realm. Like, you know. It's like there's just bugs all over my freaking body every day. It's crazy. Like, well, no, dude, it only just not happening to you. It's happening to me because I'm an actual, like, I could be famous for this shit, and I'd be talking about Jesus Christ in public and God. So they literally target me for it, like specifically me, because like I could, if the second I get out the nest and like get known by Hollywood and to go to LA and stuff. Imagine how many hearts I could reach for Jesus. How many people I could convert to Christ and tell them about Jesus Christ loves them. You know, like I could reach like freaking the entire industry probably. And so they want to literally kill me for that. Like, because like I'd answer any questions. Well, I would kill myself. I don't want to kill myself, but like, you know, but like they try to get me there, and like I would answer any questions anyone ever had about Jesus Christ and God, you know, and so they want to kill me before I ever get to the industry, because the industry's obviously fucked up right now, like exactly. So the devil's mad right now because I'm being sent in, and then like they're trying to kill me before it happens, because I don't just rap about secular stuff. I rap about Jesus Christ and God and love. And loving the world and healing the world, make it a better place, and stuff. Like he's trying to kill me before I even get known to people. Like you know, when Michael was famous, it took him a while to go into the bad era and stuff. You know, and he was talking about dangerous and that kind of stuff, right? And they were trying to do Michael like that, slave to the rhythm and stuff. You know, but they're trying to do it now to me before I even get there. They're trying to kill me before I even get known to people. Like, California doesn't know who I am right now. Some of them do. Like Sabrina knows me, Billy knows me, but like they don't actually talk about me. And like it's a whole game of chess, because like they know that I can help people and I can make them feel better about themselves. So like you can't have that one. Like, like there hasn't really been a person since Michael who's been all heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. Like there's no We Are the World, 30, 40 year anniversary anymore. It's like, there we go. Like dude, I'm freaking Spirit Trump, man. Like, sorry Trump, but like, it's just nuts, man. Like I can't wait to cut my hair. Yeah, man. And then when I shut up, they celebrate me shutting up. It's like, but I'm still fucking human though, man. Fucking y'all can tell me to shut up instead of celebrating my downfall. It's deep. It's dark. Y'all can't just say it straight to my face. Ridiculous, man. Hey. Ah, so annoying. These freaking bedbugs. They want me to be hard. Why does that trigger me? I can't answer that one. Why does that trigger me? People act out of their own limited perspectives. I see. Right. Okay.